Masson is brought to you by Southwest. Yes to low fares with nothing to hide. That's transparency. Well, a nice crowd is settling in here at Camden Yards on this Friday night as the Orioles in the alternate black jerseys will take on Arizona. And Jim, one of the curiosities about recently, what's going on at home? The Orioles were a dominant home team into August, but not so much as of late.
Well, you know, we talked about really over the last 8 games, you know, and they were played at home. You know, they weren't good on the road. They were like, what, 29-37. They have a, win 6 out of 9 on the road. They win the 1-0 game. But it started a little bit, if you go back to the last 22 games, you can see there's 6 games under 500. That, of course, has allowed other teams to get back into the race, as we talked in the wild card. But it's easy. You know, they stop scoring runs. They're giving up more runs than they're scoring, and that's how you lose ball games. So, you know, the formula is pretty simple. When you have to score 1 or more run than you give up. They did that so well early, especially here at home. But again, this is not like turning on the remote, or, you know, going to 4-wheel drive. You know, you just have to do it on the field. Hopefully with that change, you're down to 9 games. It's real simple. Play your rear ends off. What did Zach Britton say today? He said, we really have to play our butts off. And, you know, we need to step it up. And that's collectively. I mean, that's, you know, Gallardo, yeah, you know, it's been tough. 9 days between starts. 8 this, you know, he pitched a week ago Thursday against Tampa Bay. Did not pitch well. Gave up a 3-run home run. He has to make his team think they have a chance to win. And you really have to ignore. We look at Shelby Miller. He's 2-12. I mean, he came over from Atlanta along with Greinke with a big free agent contract. They thought he was going to pitch well. He hasn't done it. And you can't assume that he's going to pitch poorly tonight. You just need to go out and make that happen if you're the Orioles. So we'll see. I mean, that's the great thing about this game.
Well, one of the things that has been said about the Orioles at the plate, in particular on this homestand, is they are a team that is slow to make adjustments. They are what they are, and their style got them here. And that's one of the things about it is this is who they are, so they're comfortable playing that style.
Well, they've hit home runs all year long, but they haven't been a good offensive team since the end of June. You know, they went 19-9 in June, and since then, they're 10-10 in the month of September, Jim. As you know, they have not had a winning month. They haven't pitched well. That played all right early on. You know, they gave up almost 5 runs a game when they went 19-9 in June because they were scoring 6.6. That stopped.
So the Orioles taking the field here at Camden Yards along with fans. It is Fan Appreciation Weekend, so fans randomly are selected to take the field for the national anthem, and a nice gesture by the Orioles organization. Fans really love it being on the field. And right now, let's join Ryan Wagner and the public address.
Gentlemen, remove your hats as we welcome the Mid-Atlantic Association of Women in Law Enforcement, who will present the colors for this evening's game. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing as we welcome Nashville recording artists, the Arabellas, who will now honor our nation with their rendition of our Star-Spangled Banner.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner
The Nashville trio, the Arabellas, wonderful job on the Star Spangled Banner. What beautiful voices on those three young ladies from Nashville. Our BGE home game time temperature tonight. It feels like a midsummer night, but it is autumn. At least that's what they tell us. 81 degrees. BGE Home is Baltimore's home team for heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Why would you call anyone else?
Seems very humid to me.
Yes, it does. It seems very humid. Here's the Diamondbacks starting lineup. Segura, Owings, and Goldschmidt with Castillo batting cleanup. Jake Lamb bats fifth. Yosmani Tomas, he has been on an absolute tear. A couple of home runs in the last 14 games, and he leads Arizona with 29. Drury, Jensen, and Haniger for Arizona.
So Giovanni, he'll come out, great numbers, and of course, this is when he was in the National League, a little different pitcher when he pitched with the Brewers, but loves to pitch against the Diamondbacks, 7-2. You can look at all the numbers this year. It started in spring training, late sign, hurt his shoulder on the DL, rebuilt his shoulder, the velocity's up, but it's pretty much about command. Can he not walk people? The last game against Tampa Bay, a couple of walks, hadn't pitched in 9 days. One of the hotter hitters on the Rays and in the American League. Evan Longoria hits a 3-run home run. So already in the first, you're down 3-0. So hopefully, even though it's 8 days between starts, he's trying to stay sharp. You do a few more sides, but at the end of the day, you hope he throws enough strikes. Velocity's gone up, command's gone down because of the extra rest. Got a cutter, got a curveball. But at the end of the day, he knows how to pitch, and again, hope he'll just throw enough strikes, and he'll be effective against a predominantly right-handed hitting lineup.
Well, one of the things about Giovanni, Jim, and he has said it, he really needs to be more aggressive early in at-bats. We know his style. He lives on the corners. He likes to nibble by design and get hitters to chase. But if they're not chasing and he falls behind, that's really when he sets himself up to get in trouble.
Well, he did that in New York. He threw 86 pitches in 7 innings. Now he lost because he gave up a home run to Beltran, and the Orioles didn't score for him. But that was probably his most aggressive start. Again, he would come back 6 2/3 innings. So there have been some good starts. I told him the other day, I really felt, hey, your velocity's up. I said, hey, next year maybe throw more changeups. He said, well, he used to throw it last year. Well, he won 13 games for the Rangers. So again, the big mystery, will he pitch well or not? Well, you'll certainly hope so.
And here is Gene Segura, who is red hot, and it's down and away 1-0. So he tries to hit the outside corner and misses.
Well, he's got 192 hits. Segura, what a year he's having. They acquired him from Milwaukee, big trade. He can steal bases, and he's a table setter.
And there's a strike, so 1-1 the count on Segura, and there's Chip Hale, the Diamondbacks manager.
And then for Segura, 57 to left, 91 up the middle, 43 to right field. So he can use the whole field and does.
Just inside for ball 2.
And then occasional power, 17. Yeah, the amazing thing, I figured, wow, he must have really, he had one good year at Milwaukee, 294. The last 2 years, 246, 257. But for whatever the reason, great hitting park in Arizona, Chase Field.
And bounce to Hardy. Hit the lip of the grass. JJ stays with it and gets it to first for the out, 1 down.
Well, the good thing about it, he's got a nice defense, especially in the infield. Machado, Hardy, and Scope and Davis. Sweeters will catch behind the plate. Kim Jones won a couple of Gold Gloves, and then Mark Trumbo last year playing for the Diamondbacks early in the year, and then Seattle late as they kind of went into a salary dump.
Here's Chris Owings, the shortstop. One of the things about this organization, they have had several shortstop prospects coming through their system. In fact, when they traded for Segura, and there's a strike going 1 to Owings, Segura had played nothing but shortstop, and now he's their second baseman because of Owings.
Well, they had Owens, they had Nick Ahmed, who had to have hip not replacement, but a microfracture of the hip, so he's been out. And the thing with Owens is he played center field for the first couple months of the season, and Segura, who has a terrific arm, they said what they were telling us, it's kind of up with Jonathan Scope. So he moved to shortstop, and so they've kind of because of the A.J. Pollock, who was their best hitter or all-around player last year because of the broken elbow, they've moved players around all year long.
So Giovanni gets ahead 1-2, and even though Arizona comes in at 64 and 88, this will be a test for Gallardo and the Orioles pitchers this weekend. Chip Hale's team is third in the National League in team batting at 262. And it's off the plate outside, 2-2. Two and two on Owings. And a sky to right. Right there's Mark Trumbo, the former Diamondback. And 2 down. Let's get a look at a snapshot, Jim, of the Arizona season.
Yeah, take a look. So the slow start, you know, getting batting average 3rd. Last year they were 2nd in the National League in runs. This year they're 5th. Home runs 8th. Of course, Goldsmith's hit 3 home runs in his last 2 games, and then you get to the pitching, and we all know about that. The difference between the Orioles and the Diamondbacks is that the Orioles bullpen is outstanding. Is having a great month of September, as just in pitching in general. He's not scoring a lot of runs.
The face of the franchise for Arizona, Paul Goldschmidt.
Goldie, as they call him. Well, you listen to their telecast. Well, again, he's a special player. You know, big, strong. He can steal bases. Good first baseman. He'd gone 98 at bats without a home run. They give him a day off, and then he hits 3 in the next 2 games.
Why would you pitch to him?
Well, that's why I think I look at his numbers and I'm going, gee, he didn't get up that much. Well, that was only the 500 and some at bats, 106 walks, and they don't. 15 times they've intentionally walked him.
Yeah, he is tied for 1st in the National League in drawing those walks. So he has the patience to take the pitch if they're pitching around him.
Yeah, and that's hard to do when you want to have a plus year, but he plays the game the right way.
Ball 3.
And this might be just a pitch around, and you got the catcher Wellington Castillo on deck.
There's your buddy Dave Magadan.
Yeah, he seems to always, he's with Texas, he's with the Red Sox, he's been around.
And a strike, 3-1. Well, for Gallardo, the 1st inning has been his bugaboo. 21 of the 71 runs he's allowed have been in the 1st inning. That is more than in any other inning. His ERA in 1st innings is 9. 21 starts, 21 innings, and 21 runs allowed. And there's a 5-pitch walk. So he does not get the clean inning here in the 1st. Goldschmidt the 1st with a 2-out walk. By the way, what do you think of the uniforms? First, we've had a chance to see them in person.
Well, yeah, that's, I've been watching them on TV all year long, and
well, they certainly are road grays.
Yeah.
Would you say that's charcoal gray? Maybe not quite.
I'm going to have to go to my color chart. I do have the Benjamin Moore color chart in my bag. I try to be prepared for most things.
For your next house renovation?
Dusky gray.
Dusky?
Yeah, well, it's dusk.
Oh, okay.
They'll probably turn a different color as we get into nighttime here at Camden Yards.
A lot going on in that uniform.
And they have a bunch of them, too. So, well, Castillo's 22 RBIs in his last 21 games. So, as you mentioned, they have been scoring some runs. They score 5.5 at home. Huge ballpark, but the ball flies, light air. Rodrigo Lopez, who pitched for the Orioles, doing the radio, he said, yeah, it's not a great place to pitch if you're a fly ball pitcher. And then on the road, they're what, about 4 1/4 runs a game. And he can steal bases.
Swing and a miss on 2. Well, Castillo, he had an interesting year last year. He started out with the Cubs, lost the starting job. So they traded him to Seattle in May. And then about 10-12 days later, the Mariners turned around and traded him to Arizona for Mark Trumbo, who then went to Seattle. So Castillo and Trumbo now playing against each other, traded for each other last year. Of course, Mark was dealt over here. Dan Duquette went and got him from Seattle, and he has led the American League in home runs this year. So Castillo and Trumbo have a history. 0-2 on Castillo. Crowd getting behind Gallardo. And outside. Castillo now 29 years old, from the Dominican Republic. Giovanni, born in Mexico and then moved to the United States and grew up in Fort Worth. 1-2 to count. Line drive, that's going to fall, base hit. Shallow center field. Goldschmidt's thinking about going to third, and he'll get there.
Yeah, again, you know, we talked about his ability. I mean, hit home runs, walk, you name it. Great first baseman, but at 6'3", 225, he can motor. He's already got 27 steals, so again, and plays in front of him, takes a look right there, knows where Adam Jones is playing, and easily makes it.
So on a 1-2 pitch, Castillo a base hit.
Yeah, you just cannot pitch up in the zone at maybe 88 miles per hour, and if you do, you know, instead of down or in, and if you're going to go away, and the Orioles don't do a great job of this, you got to pitch in off the plate to establish the outside corner. I know it sounds silly, but you can run guys off the plate and don't go away. But if it's away, and then you get the ball up, you get a guy like Jake Lamb with the 28 home runs coming to the plate.
And a strike right there. So he is aggressive early in the count to Lamb.
Yeah, I saw a number where he's hitting 190 since the All-Star break. But you know, Dave Magadan, his hitting instructor, you know, was talking to him. He said, yeah, but this guy does have power, and it's not just bull power. He can hit home runs to the opposite field, and that plays here at Camden Yards. Short power alleys.
Slice down the left field line. Trouble if it's fair, and it's in there for a base hit, and Arizona gets a first inning lead. There's a bloop double the other way by Lamb. So 2 outs, nobody on, and Gallardo, the first inning, haunts him again as Arizona grabs a 1-0 lead.
Well, what haunts him is the fact that he walked Goldsmith. And again, it's not a horrible pitch. I mean, it's, you know, outside middle. You know, Lamb a little late on it, and he does find a safe Hagen in front of Kim. Now all of a sudden you're 1 base hit away from giving up 3 runs, and that's the last thing you want to do. Did it in his last start, but that was on the home run by Longoria, 3-run shot.
And here's a dangerous power hitter, Yasmani Tomas.
16 home runs since the All-Star break. And go along with the 75 RBIs, and you know, 272 out of Cuba.
Took him a while to get some timing once he signed with Arizona.
Well, you've seen a number of Cuban players. I mean, you know, if you look at Rusney Castillo, who the Red Sox gave $72 million to. I mean, he's never really got his timing, but he didn't play for about a year and a half.
Right.
So again, those are the numbers we're talking about. Home runs have gone up. You know, he's 9th in extra base hits the second half. Diamondbacks have to be pleased about this. Move the inside corner. Oh, wow. How did he miss that pitch? And Readers is looking back. I mean, look at this. Just over the corner. Instead of 1-2, it's 2-1. And Gallardo doesn't think he can pitch on the plate, which is why he nibbles so much. So it makes it even harder.
Ground ball to Scope. He'll get out of it. Jonathan gets Tomas, and Gallardo limits the damage. A 2-out rally. Arizona gets a run. We head to the bottom of the first. Diamondbacks 1, and here come the O's. As we begin Fan Appreciation Weekend, O's and Diamondbacks final regular season series here at Camden Yards. And the O's starting lineup brought to you by Southwest. Yes to low fares with nothing to hide. That's transparency. Hyun-Soo Kim in the leadoff spot tonight. .318 batting average at home with a home run, 8 RBIs. Jones, Machado, and Davis with Trumbo and Wright. Then Alvarez, Scope, Wieters, and Hardy.
And Shelby Miller, part of the big trade. Dansby Swanson, #1 draft pick in the country, goes over to Atlanta. He comes over here and has been, a lot of fastballs, 93, 94, cutter. He's got a curveball, he's got a changeup. What a nightmare season. Started poorly in spring training. You can see all the power numbers. But again, he's got a good arm. Now, will he throw enough strikes? Again, he lost his first 3, 1-1, lost 3, 1-1, and then lost, the last 7. In those nightmare years, he's been up and down. AAA Reno. And again, usually he's a sinker, curveball, put it in play early. That just hasn't been the case.
Well, and apparently the only pitch he has confidence in is the fastball, and he goes to that quite a bit.
Oh, he saw 83%. He throws about 70% over. So you can pretty much look for that, and all the cutter, the curveball, and the changeup are all 50% pitches. Now, obviously, if that changes, and he's got a sinker. See, when he was in Atlanta, he's 7-16 last year, but they got him 2.2 or something like that.
2.54.
Yeah, that was the lowest run support in baseball. So he didn't have much of a chance to win.
Good take, ball 3.
And since Gibson doesn't even want to call the strikes, the borderline pitches probably aren't going to go your way. It's kind of a telling number, wouldn't you think? So he's ahead in this count. Let's see if that .469 average prevails. And he walked him.
Leadoff walk. So Kim gets on, representing the tying run in the first.
Well, as Chip Hale would say, there is no defense for the leadoff walk. Drury, Haniger, Tomas, Lamb, Owings, Segura, Goldsmith, and then Castillo. Goldsmith won his first Gold Glove last year, as did so they have a pretty nice defensive club. Castillo, not that the Orioles run a lot, good throw and catcher.
Adam Jones now in the #2 spot. He is 7 for 30 on the homestand with a home run, couple of RBIs.
Boy, would it be nice to see a 2-hopper into right field, get the runners from first to third, take a shot to right, know you're going to get a fastball, and even if you get a breaking ball, you don't swing at it. You pretty much know you can hit off his fastball till you get to 2 strikes. The percentage on his breaking ball is so low. Why would you ever look for it until you get to 2 strikes? So look fastball tonight. I'm not sure they got my memo on this, but just in case, look heater until he proves he can do something other than that. There's his pitching coach, Mike Butcher. It has not been a good year, as we showed you. 15th out of 15 teams in the National League pitching wise.
For Adam, it is the 6th game this year that he is batting second. 1-0 the count. High fly ball, center field. Over is Haniger, and he has a play. So Kim bluffs. Adam retired 1 away. Here's a look at our Maryland Live Casino inside the numbers, and here are the numbers on the road trip, and this is how you go 2-6 on the homestand.
Yeah, well, that is, the starting pitchers didn't pitch well. And the other thing is Tampa Bay, outpitched them, and the Red Sox were marvelous. They just, they got 4 great starting performances from their guys. And then look at the offense. It's just hard to win ball games, especially if you couple that with the starting pitchers not being able to do the job. Bullpen's been terrific. The other thing, I wouldn't say the Oriole bullpen, because they have 13 guys out there, is overused. So they're ready for this series.
Manny takes a strike at the knees, 0-1. Machado today named the most valuable Oriole. He went 2 for 14 in the 4 games against Boston without an RBI. And that's what has plagued the Orioles, Jim. The run producers have not been producing runs.
Well, you got to get them to third. And even in that first game, against Tampa Bay, they went, I don't know, I had them 0 for 6, 2 for 7, whatever, 3 for 15 with runners in scoring position. And that's kind of the way the Tampa Bay series started, which was a game that Gallardo started. They would end up losing 7-6. They would get some runs and come back.
Ball on a strike on Machado. And a base hit into left field. Nice level swing by Manny. Kim will get to second and hold there, so 2 on with 1 out.
Well, Manny's at 300, and the reason he's such a good hitter is that the bat stays on the hitting plane better than anybody on this team. And again, I think Manny's got a pretty good sense for hitting. I mean, he's been chasing a little bit, but you're going to look fastball till Miller proves otherwise. And I am sure that the hitting instructor has told him that. If you want to listen, that's your deal. But hey, that's what the pre-game meeting was. This guy throws 80% fastballs, 70% of them for strikes. It's 93 or 4, which is what a mile more than the average, and he can't get his breaking stuff over. What are you going to look for?
Davis first ball swinging, fouls it back. Well, you saw those runners in scoring position numbers. He's 100 points higher than the National League average.
Well, that's how you get to be 2 and 12. I was talking to Bob Brenly, does the television. He managed this team, and the former catcher. He said it started in spring training, and he showed up. His first sideline session was scraping his hand on the ground, and I don't know. He said, I wondered what he worked around over the offseason. Oh.
High fly ball, right field. Tomas is back. That ball has a chance. That ball is caught at the wall by Tomas. He just missed a 3-run home run.
Well, there's the changeup, and it hangs. And Chris has an awfully good swing. Hit a mile high. And it's not like the ball doesn't carry here, but straight up in the air. And again, he's turning and twisting, and then he finds it, and then he jumps, and he's probably 2 feet away from the ground crew and the wall.
Yeah, if he doesn't glove that hits the roof of the shed there, and that's a home run. So Davis just missed. Kim alertly tagged and went to third. Good base running there.
So they know Mark Trumbo, who's going to step to the plate, because he played with him, as you mentioned, Jim. And
43 home runs, still leading the American League. He is 6th in RBIs with those 102.
And there's the little cutter. Yeah, his cutter, he has the curveball. We saw that left to Manny, but the cutter acts as his slider. So again, you just hold it off center, throw it like a fastball, and it cuts.
First and third with 2 down. He's trying to get that run back. Off the plate outside. On the Boston series, Machado did not have an RBI. Davis did not have an RBI, and Trumbo had just 1. And they are the 3 big run producers on this team. Machado with 93 RBIs, Davis 82, and of course, Mark, we just showed you 102. So the Orioles in these final 9 games need those 3 to break out. Shelby Miller out of Brownwood, Texas. He was a first-round pick of the Cardinals back in 2009. And he was traded to Atlanta following the 2014 season when the Cardinals acquired Jason Hayward. And then he was involved in the huge trade, Arizona and Atlanta, at the winter meetings this year. Inciarte and Dansby Swanson going to Atlanta.
Well, yeah, I mean, you get Dansby Swanson was the #1 guy picked in the country. He's actually playing in the big leagues out of college, a little bit like Andrew Benintendi. So he's hitting over 314 for the Braves, in 100 and some at bats, a couple of home runs, 14 RBIs. So he's already in the big leagues. And Inciarte actually made the great robbing 3-run catch. He was their right fielder last year under Inciarte.
Ball 4, he walked him, and the Orioles have the bases loaded. 2 walks in the inning.
Well, that's where you don't trust your fastball. The guy leading the American League in home runs, and you can't get your breaking ball over. So it's pretty much kind of going according to Hoyle. He's really not getting the breaking ball over stuff. You can sit on the fastball. Alvarez is going to come up. 93 is not overpowering anymore in baseball, and that's what he'll be sitting on. And I would be surprised if he doesn't whack it hard somewhere. Doesn't mean he's going to get a hit.
Well, there are only 2 hitters in the Orioles lineup that have seen Shelby Miller. It's his first career start against the Orioles. And Pedro Alvarez is 5 for 20, and 3 of those hits are home runs. Trumbo is 0 for 6 against him. He draws a walk. Those are the only 2 hitters prior to tonight that have seen Shelby Miller. And Buck Showalter asked about that before the game, says whenever you have a situation like this where the hitters have never seen the pitcher has the advantage, especially early on.
Unless you're 2 and 12 and you can't get your breaking stuff over.
Bases loaded, 2 down. And there's a breaking ball for a called strike. Pedro 2 for 13 on the homestand. He has a home run and an RBI. Batting just 194 in September. You know, a lot of those on the Orioles, which if you believe in the law of averages, the hope is they'll break out in these last 9 games. Good take, 1-1.
Well, the hope is that you're not going to get the quality of pitching they've seen over the last 8 games. Tampa Bay came in. They had beaten Toronto 4 out of 6. And we know Toronto can hit. Then you had the Red Sox, and you had a total different variety. You had the 20-game winner who would win his 21st game with 89 pitches, Porcello. Then you had the power lefty, Rodriguez, who had a no-hitter going into 6th. And then you had the change speed guys that misses that cutter that kind of stays out over the plate in Buchholz. And then you had David Price, who had won 7 in a row. The Red Sox had won his last 8 games. And, you know, last night, Orioles had a chance. They got 3 runs. They had a chance if they had a little situation Hilling maybe get 4 runs off of it. But they didn't.
Kim at third, Machado at second, Trumbo at first, and 1 and 2 on Alvarez. Strike 3 called. He gets it in there, and Shelby Miller walks the tightrope but gets out of it. So Greg Gibson calls out Alvarez, and the Orioles strand the bases loaded. We'll head to the second. O's had a chance. Come up empty. 1-0 Arizona. Game brought to you by Miller Lite. Now 1-0 Arizona on a bloop double by Jake Lamb. Gallardo retired the first 2 in the first, and a walk, a single, and a double, but he did get out of it and stranded 2 in scoring position. We go to work now on Brandon Drury. Kyle Jensen and Mitch Haniger will follow, lower third of the lineup. Drury 15 home runs, 5 of those have come in September.
Yeah, I was watching one of his interviews. I got a chance to see him today. I said, yeah, that's a lot of home runs for using the whole field. But it's amazing, if you think up the middle, you can hit fastballs, you can stay inside, and if they do hang breaking balls, and as we mentioned, that happens in baseball, and it's a great hitting park. Home runs, you just put a good swing on it. So he's had a terrific year. First-year player.
Gallardo 24 pitch first inning. You see the September numbers for Drury. He's 24 years old. It's a fastball by him, 2-2.
Yeah, we've seen Giovanni as the game progresses get around 91 to 93 on occasion. Spring training, because of the arm weakness, shoulder weakness, would eventually lead him to the disabled list. It was about 86, 87.
Pokes it foul to stay alive. Gallardo is 1-5 in his last 7 starts going back to August 10th. And over a longer stretch, if you go back to the 4th of July when he started in Los Angeles against the Dodgers, he's got 2-7 in 14 starts. So just 2 wins in his last 14 starts for Giovanni. Sliced down the right field line, heading to the corner. That is a foul ball.
Well, that's what he was talking about. And Dave Magadan was kind of, Dave, who played for the Mets, was terrific line drive hitter, and again he's had success everywhere he's gone, mainly because you get a young hitter. You want him to have a quick swing, but you also want him to be able to react to the breaking ball. So you think right field, react to the breaking balls, hope you get something up in the zone, and therefore you get more hits than if you were a pull hitter. At least that's the premise.
The 7th pitch here in this at bat. Broken back cue shot foul the other way.
Yeah, that's a nice adjustment by Giovanni Gallardo, and he almost hit a double down the right field line, so he just comes in and breaks his bat.
Now Drury was one of the players that Arizona got when they dealt Justin Upton. He was drafted, developed, and starred with Arizona to Atlanta. Drury was drafted by Atlanta. He's from Grants Pass, Oregon. That's a great sounding town. So Arizona, in that deal, they dealt Justin Upton to Atlanta. They got back some prospects, and here's one of them. So 2-2 the count on Drury. That ball's crushed to left field. Kim is back on it, and that ball is off the wall, knocked down by Kim. Nicely done, and he fires back in. So there's a leadoff double on a hanger for Brandon Drury. He just missed a home run.
Yeah, Kim, who usually plays about as deep as anybody, he's kind of medium depth, but you're right about the hanger. It's a curveball. First one he's thrown. So he runs out of room, actually makes a nice play, but again, play in front of you, you know where to slide. 27th double of the year.
So he wins the 8-pitch at bat. Kim, a nice job after the ball hit the wall, not letting it get by him. Drury may have ended up at third. Now here's Kyle Jensen, who is DHing tonight. Here's our express stat of the night, Jim.
Yep. Well, yeah, they were talking about having to play the Rockies, especially when you go there, and even at home. I mean, Rockies have a terrific offense. Diamondbacks, third? White Sox, and then Reds.
Bounce foul, so it's 0-2. Express Care, a LifeBridge health partner. For locations, visit whywaitintheer.com.
Yeah, Kyle Jensen, he's one of these guys that came through the minor leagues, and they signed him as a minor league player. He's always hit home runs. 22, 24, 27, 20, but he's also been a high strikeout guy. You know what he'd like to do, but it's harder to do. He'd love to get Drury over, but it's harder to do with 2 strikes.
And he got him. That's a big out for Gallardo. One away, a 3-pitch strikeout.
Just up the ladder, we saw it's pretty much what Price did. Even Koji Uehara stair step him. Just go up the ladder. That's your Mercedes pitch track presented by Mercedes-Benz, the best or nothing, and that's what Kyle Jensen will get. Nothing on that high heater.
So strikeout number 1 down. Jensen can't advance the runner. And here's Mitch Haniger, the number 9 batter. A little bit low, 1-0. Haniger at 247. Just 77 at bats with the big club. but one of their top hitting prospects. Right back to Gallardo, softly hit. He'll freeze the runner and get Haniger 2 men down. So a couple of weak at bats after a leadoff double. Gallardo's an out away from getting out of it. Well, Monday's your last chance to guarantee your opportunity to purchase tickets to potential 2016 postseason games here at Oriole Park. You can earn postseason ticket priority now by placing a deposit on any 2017 season plan. Just go online, Orioles.com/postseason, place a deposit on any full or partial season plan, and you'll guarantee your access to the drama of an Orioles October. So get online, Orioles.com/postseason for all the details. Gene Segura will take ball 1.
Yeah, really, I mean, just hit a 2-1, 88-mile-per-hour fastball, worked the count in his favor, right to Hardy at shortstop. So he gets to see Giovanni Gallardo the second time, 284 in these situations over the course of the year.
5 of the 9 hitters in Arizona's lineup have seen Gallardo before, but not extensive head-to-head. Castillo, the former Cub, had the most at-bats, 19 coming in. There's 2-0 on Segura with Drury at second and 2 down. There's a strike, 2-1.
And there's the 92 with the fastball. And Segura, apparently was looking maybe for the cutter. Yeah, he's only 26. You know, I've been going to go home, watch the games out on the West Coast. He reminds me a little of Melvin Mora. Maybe holds the bat a little bit different. Both terrific players, yeah.
Down and away for ball 3.
Like we said, 191 hits. Most he's ever gotten before when he hit 294 back in 2013 was what, a 173. And it looked like the National League adjusted a little bit. And the next thing you know, 3 years later, he's wearing the Diamondback uniform.
First base is open, 3-1 the count. Right field. That chases Trumbo back. And near the wall, reaches up and he can't play it. It's off the glove and in play, and another run scores. Segura was thinking 3 and he puts on the brakes. Well, Trumbo got to it. He just couldn't get it to stick in the glove, and that's a 2-out RBI double for Segura. So in each inning, a 2-out base hit drives in a run.
Yeah, he hits it well, short porch, going back. And again, the ball really, I thought he got a better track on it, but the ball's over his head. And it hits off the side of his glove. And again, one of these plays that he can't quite. And you got to understand, Mark Trumbo's about 6'5". Yeah, probably your Gold Glove quality. Guys catch it. And as Mark has said all year long, I do the best I can. Kind of a trade-off. You hope that the offense will overcome the defense.
Well, here's Owings with a runner in scoring position. Well, this is what the Red Sox did a good job of, scoring with 2 men down. And Arizona now 2 runs, both coming in with 2-out hits.
And what puts pressure on you is the fact that not only do they get the hits, they get the doubles. Whether it could have been caught or should have been caught or didn't get caught, they get a run, and then you have another guy that's having a very good year for him.
There's a chopper foul.
Yeah, when you talk to the Diamondbacks, they say Chris Owens is a line drive hitter. He doesn't try to overswing. I always thought sometimes, especially with 2 outs and contact hitters, those are the toughest guys to get out. You want the guys going up there and bailing and wailing and whatever, because if you make your pitches, you're going to get them out. No guarantee here. And look at that number, 315 on the year with runners in scoring position.
So 0-2 on Owings.
Good curveball, real good hook. That's how this inning started. Drury got one that wasn't like that up in the zone and doubled.
Segura at second after the RBI double. He has very good speed. Gallardo had a 6-batter first inning. This is the 5th batter here in the second. Hook foul down the side, and that'll be back out of play. Well, Gallardo in his career overall has pitched very well against Arizona. Jim, here's the lowest career ERA against the Diamondbacks. Jeep inside the numbers. Now last year it was reversed, however. Giovanni in his career is 7-2 against Arizona, but he had been 7-0. And then last year with the Rangers, they played Arizona in the interleague and he lost both starts. And he got him. Real good off-speed pitch ends the inning. But the Diamondbacks get another run on a 2-out base hit. Mid-second, it is 2-0 Arizona. Betty Hesseman of Glen Burnie has won $500 for being selected and will win $500 more for every Orioles home run hit tonight. You can grab a home run Rich's scratch off before they're gone, and you could win up to $50,000. Visit mdlottery.com/baseball. Fans enjoying a Friday night at Camden Yards. Fireworks later on.
T-shirt night.
Hyunsoo Kim t-shirt night. Here's Jonathan Schoop leading off. And inside. So Shelby Miller given an early 2-0 lead. Chris Davis just missed a home run. And the Orioles would leave the bases loaded in the first. 1-1.
Yeah, likes that little cut fastball. That's what Alvarez thought was low. It appeared to be a strike. Got him out of the first inning. Bases loaded. Strikeout.
Broken bat bouncer to third. Played there by Lamb. Schoop is retired. 1 away.
Yeah, Jonathan, every game this year hitting 179. It seems like, you know, maybe he is a little tired. He's swinging like it. 3 home runs this month, but they average the lowest of any of the 6 months that he's played.
He's now 6 for 32 on the homestand. Matt Wieters now. Matt's looking to break out. His average now at 235. You wouldn't think, with as many accomplished hitters as the Orioles have and how well they've hit overall on the year, that just about everybody in the lineup would go cold at the same time, but that's what's happened.
Well, good pitching does stop good hitting, and that's really what's happened over the last 8 games. Yeah, I mean, you know, they're your 2 hitting. Scott Coolbaugh on the right, Mark Quinn on the left. But you can have all the meetings and you can talk about approach, but if the hitters don't buy into it, you know, Mark was saying the other day, and he said, listen, you know, he played in the big leagues. You know, Scott played limitedly. He said, we're there to help the hitters. You know, we want them to do well. We're there. If they want to work, fine. They're the biggest cheerleaders in the world. And, I mean, all the coaching staffs, whether it's Dave Walsh, Tom Cheedy, John Russell with the catchers, Bobby Dickerson, third base coach with the infielders.
Well, today, about 3 o'clock this afternoon, Bobby Dickerson was out with Trey Mancini working at first base.
Right. Well, I know, I played, we had a lot of great coaching staffs, and I never, ever would have been the player that I was, ended up being, if it hadn't been for Cal Ripken early, and then Bamberger, George was our minor league guy, would be the major league pitching coach. And it just helped you be as good as you can be.
Wieters bloops it foul the other way. That's going to be back in the crowd.
But if I was hitting, and and
there's Trey.
And if I was hitting, Matt Wieters, he's become a pull hitter from this side of the plate. Yeah, he's hit some home runs. He's got 14 this year. He's normally a better hitter average-wise from the other side. That hasn't been the case this year. And they don't even put the shift on like the American League teams. They're playing a little bit of kind of an old conventional defense.
Soft line drive to center field, and that's going to doink in there for a base hit. So Wieters breaks out of an 0 for 14 with a bloop single here in the second. Well, our PNC inside the numbers. Here is the one hot hitter in September for the Orioles.
Yeah, and if you want to go back and look at where he's hit the ball over this stretch, all over, not one-dimensional. Again, it's not about home runs for JJ. It used to be when he first came to the Orioles, what, 30, 20, 22, 25. But playing at a high level defensively, and you don't know where he's going to hit it. Still capable of hitting home runs. And don't think, as a veteran hitter, turned 34 this summer, that he's not going to look for something hard in the middle of the plate. Because that's got to be your approach if you want to have success against Shelby Miller. You can't go looking for all 3 pitches early in the count. Otherwise, that's what you have to do with 2 strikes.
Fouls it back, 1-1 to count.
You look fastball. If they hang a cutter or if he hangs a changeup, which is what the case was to Chris Davis, that, as you mentioned, just missed the home run. So be it. And then when you get the 2 strikes, that's when you have to cover everywhere. Otherwise, they used to always say, have an idea. See the sign behind it, bright idea? Have an idea when you go to the plate for the first 2 strikes.
Check swing, that peel, and he went. Like Estabrook said, he didn't check.
Yeah, Shelby Miller's a big dude. You can take a look. This is what Mike was looking at, and I don't think he swung.
I
think he gave a kind of a big exaggeration like he was, but the bat did not really go into the hitting area.
Strike 3 called.
And then a little extra at 94.
Miller has 2 strikeouts, and they've both been called strike 3s.
Well, this fastball is a good one. The ball explodes. The cutter to Alvarez looked like it ended up in the middle of the plate, but this had good life. Mike Butcher, pitching coach over there, saying, wow, this is what we saw in Atlanta last year. Of course, Mike was with not what he saw, because he was with the Angels, but
here's Kim, who drew a walk leading off in the first, batting leadoff tonight. And fouls it back. Well, it was a big day for Hyun-Soo Kim, the first lady of the state of Maryland. Yumi Hogan, who was born and grew up outside of Seoul, South Korea, visiting with Hyun-Soo today and getting his T-shirt on Hyun-Soo Kim T-shirt night. I'm sure that was a thrill for Hyun-Soo.
Well, didn't we have Miss Korea here the other day? He's become a cult hero of sorts.
Strike on the corner. It's 0-2. Overall, he's having a real good first year, and there's the T-shirt. I'm guessing that says Kim.
No, he told us that. That's his name, and then Orioles on the front. And there's the flag.
And Kim pops up, shallow center. So his day began with a visit with the First Lady of the state of Maryland, and here tonight he's trying to beat Arizona. Orioles Stram Wieters. Will head to the third, 2-0 Arizona. Brought to you by Southwest. Yes to low fares with nothing to hide. That's transparency. And by M&T Bank, understanding what's important. Warm night downtown, 2-0 Arizona. Two out RBI doubles, one by Lamb, one by Segura. And here is Paul Goldschmidt. And Gallardo gets ahead 0-1. Goldschmidt worked a walk and scored the run. Giovanni got the first two batters in the first, and then that 2-out walk got Arizona going. A single followed, and then the RBI double by Lamb.
Yeah, I told Chip Hale, I said, you can really manage. You know, Goldschmidt goes, what, 98 at bats without a home run, 21 games. You give him a day off. He hits one, then the next day he hits two. So that's what it's all about, timing.
A little bit low.
There he is. Second year. They actually really played well last year. Probably what, about a 15-16 game upgraded wins his first year.
Chopper. Oh, glove by Gallardo. Nicely done.
Yeah, nice little pitch too. Nice little kind of a cutter slider. He's got two of them. And then again, field your position. If you don't, I think Hardy's going to catch this anyway. You could see him. Actually, that's the shift. That was Machado. We'll take a look right here. Outside corner, curveball actually. Snares it. And I kind of like the fact that he actually was balanced. That tells me he's not falling off. So again, you know, maybe even though they got the early runs, that he will pitch into the 7th inning tonight. Orioles would love that.
Down and away to Wellington Castillo, who singled to center field. A bloop his first at bat. That got Goldschmidt to third, where he scored on the double.
Yeah, took an 0-2 pitch up and away and softly hit it. And there's a less softly swing at 90.
Castillo, 29 years old. Last year gotten 24 games with the Cubs before being traded to Seattle. Played 6 games with the Mariners before he was traded to Arizona. And he played in 80 games, so about half a season for the Diamondbacks last year. Foul back, 1-2. Well, the Orioles team starting ERA is 4.89, and the starters are 52 and 57. The ERA is 14th in the league. Only Minnesota has a higher ERA from its starters.
Well, they kind of thought that. I mean, that was what most of the pundits thought, that the Orioles would struggle with their starters. Of course, Baldo, you know, early struggle, All-Star break, totally different guy since what, early in August or maybe the middle of August. Gosman's pitched well. Tillman, not so much lately because of the injury. Well, he says he's fine now physically.
Swept into the shift. That's Scope. And he'll get his man. Nice throws. He takes his time, and 2 men down. Well, tomorrow, Fan Appreciation Weekend continues as the Orioles take on the Diamondbacks at 7:05, and the first 25,000 fans 15 and over receive an Orioles hooded sweatshirt. You can prepare for the chill of the fall while this postseason race continues to heat up. Now, this is the final Saturday of the regular season, so don't miss out. Come on out and join us. Orioles.com or 888-848-BIRD for your tickets.
Well, not only that, Jim. I mean, the high is going to be 75 tomorrow. The low, for the first time, I think, in a long time, is going to be like 57 for the next couple of games. So you'll need the sweatshirt. Could fit you. You know, I mean, because last week you left your jacket in Falston. That's a long way. Not tonight. Oh, you got it tonight.
Oh, it's backwards, but I got it.
Yeah. You won't need it tonight.
No.
But tomorrow, because I don't want you to catch a chill.
Check swing. No swing, says Gary Cederstrom. That looked like more of a swing than Hardy's, but it was a different umpire. A different view.
Well, the hook, the overhand curveball. No, it didn't swing, but nor did JJ. Life's not fair sometimes in the world of baseball.
Gallardo went out away from his first clean inning.
A little bit changeup, yeah. I'll tell you what, I still think, number one, his fastball is better at this point of the year than he thinks it is. And he said he threw the changeup in Texas. Somehow he hasn't used it as much here. It just gives you another pitch. Especially, you know, if they're looking fastball. I mean, the changeup slows the back down, especially if you can sell it with good arm speed.
Bounced into the shift, but Davis will cut in front. Gallardo's there, and a 3-up, 3-down inning. Nicely done by Gallardo. Mid-third, 2-0 Arizona. ARI leaders at AA Bowie, Jersey Jimmy Yacobonis, 2.03, who was promoted to Bowie this year and pitched very, very well. Found that fastball on
I hear he's got a great arm. Donnie Hart, of course, he gave up his first run in 19 appearances. Chris Lee, you know, a little bit of injury problems, but he's, you know, good stuff. Bobby Bundy, so again, congratulations on having good years. Getting on the radar screen. There's Donnie Hart. Crestfallen after giving up his first run. No, Ramirez hit that fly ball right down the right field line. A lot of times, you know, for some guys it's just a soft single to right, but the way Hanley Ramirez, 13 home runs in 24 games, he's red hot.
Adam Jones, Machado, and Davis will follow, and taking low ball one. Adam flied out to center field his first at bat. He is 7 for 31 on the homestand. And he has just one multi-hit game in his last 12. He was on a bit of a roll with the multi-hit games, but not so much as of late.
Yeah, he's been out hitting every day. And
there's a bloop to right. Tomas was deep, and he gets there.
Yeah, they said not a really. I mean, he's had a great offensive year. Maybe they said, of course, they saw Trumbo play in the outfield. Of course, Adam saying, boy, I'd like to have gotten a hit. Tomas runs it down.
And Manny Machado coming to bat. And today it was announced that he was voted the most valuable Oriole. The Lewis M. Hatter Award, voted on by members of the local media that follow the team day in and day out. And there are the numbers on the year for Manny.
Yeah, one more home run, 7 more RBIs so far, with still 9 games to go. Average up this year. And Chip Hale, you know, the skipper of the Diamondbacks, was talking about Arenado and Manny. He goes, he said Arenado's a terrific player, as is Manny. He goes, when Manny plays, and not that he's any better, but he's just the two best third basemen he's ever seen, because he's spent some time in the American League, and Manny plays third base like he's out of space. I mean, it's just a whole different out-of-body experience, the way he can defend the third base bag.
Got under a hanger and floats out there.
Yeah, you know, again, it's just you try to do too much. It's a great pitch to hit. You almost jam yourself. And Miller gets away, as you mentioned. I mean, that was a double for them. It's just a pop fly for the Orioles because he just kind of overswings it a little bit.
So 2 down. 4 in a row retired by Shelby Miller. And here's Chris Davis, who just missed a 3-run home run. Tomas went back to the wall, leaped up and grabbed it before it hit on top of the groundskeeper shed. Into the shift. Off the glove, knocked down, and Davis is going to reach.
Boy, was that poorly played. Big break for the Orioles. You know, he could have come in and kind of like, you know, he's your third baseman. You put him in the shift. If he comes in just a little bit, and Chris Davis, so again, he just charged the ball, kind of lets it play, and then off the heel of the glove. And Chris Davis, one thing, no such thing as a routine ground ball. He does run everything out.
So a 2-out base runner for Mark Trumbo.
And if you're Shelby Miller, you're going 2 and 12. That's what I need. Could have been sitting, having my guys hitting.
Too tight, 1-0. Shelby Miller 34 and 47 in his career, 6 and 17 with the Braves last year. And as Jim pointed out, that was in large part because they just simply didn't score for him. He was the guy. Every 5 days, the bats took a day off, and it was his start.
He really had some good years with St. Louis, 15, and got him. And you hope.
I think that might have been a foul ball. Richie Van Sells is concerned.
Well, it's good news because if that's the case, it had to hit the bat. Right at the knob of the bat. Boy, what are the odds of that? You see it. What do you think? Maybe 10 times a year. A lot better than getting it on the hand. Still got to hurt though.
Well, he didn't react at all, so he knew it didn't hit him. That's a tough break, though. It would have been ball 2.
Well, if he acted like it hit it, he might have gotten awarded at first base. It would even be better.
Swings through a fastball, 1-2.
There it is, then, and he just swung at one right, probably right where the black line is, out of the zone. Bring that ball down, and you can see that's where he hits a lot of balls, and he can backspin the ball with the best of them. And when he does, it goes a long, long way.
So Miller ahead, 1-2. Right field, Tomas is there. It hangs up for him, and Trumbo's retired. Hit it right on the button to the right fielder. We are through 3. Arizona with a 2-0 lead. The RAV4 Hybrid, all-wheel drive and unexpected performance. Visit buyatoyota.com. Lovely night downtown. Our staff meteorologist, Mr. Palmer, says the last warm night for a while. And a big crowd. Upwards of 42,000 expected here tonight. There's Manny Tomas, Brandon Drury, and then Kyle Jensen against Gallardo. He's retired 4 in a row since the RBI double by Segura in the second. First ball swinging, it's skied to right. Trumbo towards the line. And 1 pitch, 1 out. Thank you very much. Well, the regular season at Oriole Park comes to a close on Sunday when the Orioles host the Diamondbacks at 1:35, and all fans at that game receive the Maryland flag Orioles cap presented by DAP. So show your free state pride and celebrate your birds during the final home game of the regular season, and of course after the game, because it's Sunday, all kids 14 and under can run the bases here at Oriole Park. So for your tickets, Orioles.com or 888-848-BIRD.
It's a nice hat.
It is a nice hat.
Very nice. Of course, you and I never have bad hair days, but just in case we do, it's going to come in handy.
Thank you for including me.
Well, no humidity in your hair. There you go.
Well, there is. You just have to take precautions.
Like I said Sunday, it gives you character.
The gray or the humidity?
Both.
Ball and a strike on Drury, who doubled and scored.
Got the hanging curveball, and after fouling off a bunch of pitches, just missed a double down the right field line, and then broke a bat, came back with a curveball, just stayed up enough. Yeah, I found out it might, if you have a slider, that's why he throws the cutter, or really kind of it acts as a slider, but the curveball could be effective when it starts really at the waist and then out of the strike zone. There's a good fastball right there, outside corner. I'm telling you, it's taken him a while. I saw him after, the game against Tampa Bay where he didn't pitch like he did. He hadn't pitched in 9 days. They said, you're throwing a lot better than you think you are. I remember pitching coaches would come out when you're struggling with your command and you don't want to throw it over. There's kind of a borderline pitch. Drury probably thought it was low. It's pretty good delivery. And you could tell because when he caught the ground ball back up the middle, he was not falling off as much.
It's the breaking ball in there to get ahead of Kyle Jensen, who struck out his first at bat.
They threw a fastball at 89 right by him. Well, he hit 30 home runs in Reno. This guy, I mean, this is what he does every year, and they've signed him as a minor league free agent. He was first in home runs, first in RBIs, second in total bases, fourth in doubles. You can go right down the list. Now he just has to figure out if he gets the opportunity to do it this level.
Well, he, like the Orioles' Trey Mancini, his first hit as a Diamondback was a home run. That was his first career hit. Mancini did that the other night against the Red Sox, and then hit a 3-run blast off David Price last night. Bounce to Manny. That is a foul ball. Barry Cedar-Strom says foul ball. Manny played it across anyway, but it's a foul ball. So the count will go full 3-2 on Kyle Jensen.
Well, they'll get A.J. Pollock back, and again, I mean, what a year he had last year. Broke his elbow, a couple days before spring training, sliding at home plate. And he hit and Chip Hale. I assume he'll be back next year. But Pollock hit .315 last year, 20 home runs, 39 stolen bases, and won his first Gold Glove. They think he may play against the Nationals. He's had a groin problem, so he comes back from the broken elbow and then has some leg issues.
So a full count on Jensen, and just inside. Very close pitch. So that is the second walk allowed by Gallardo, and it comes with 2 down. The Birds are playing for October, and we don't want you to miss a moment. So text Orioles to 29292 to stay up to date with MLB standings and O's news. That's Orioles to 29292 for text alerts you can't miss. Standard message and data rates may apply. He may have been doing that right now. Here's Haniger. A little bit low, 1-0. Haniger playing in center field. Now Jensen, who is DHing tonight, on at first, and Haniger in center. Buck Showalter was saying before the game, when he was asked about playing such a late season interleague series, and Buck's opinion is that the National League teams have a big advantage over the American League teams in this format. When the American League teams go on the road to the National League clubs, they lose their DH, and every American League team, if they don't have a predominant DH, they have a couple of players that they maybe platoon or move in and out. Whereas the National League teams come to an American League park and they simply add a hitter, as Kyle Jensen is DHing tonight. But the American League still has won more games over the National League this year. The American League has won 159, the National League 132. But Buck's point is well taken. The National League, they just rest a player, give him 4 at-bats, or play a bench player to get 4 at-bats. There's a strike. 3-1.
Yeah, I mean, the same difficulty. You don't really know them as well as you do with the teams you're usually playing against. I mean, Haniger's been red hot. You know, I watched 2 of his 3 home runs in the last 10 games are off Lewis Coleman of the Dodgers, just hangers. So if you hang something, he becomes a home run hitter, even though he's not a power guy. And he chases out of the zone there. When he double clutched and hit a 3-run home run the other night when the Dodgers were in Arizona, right here, thinking maybe, okay, I'm going to get home run number 4. So big leg kick, and they said that's the big difference last year. What did they tell us? That he wasn't getting the bats at Double A. He has to go back to A ball, and then he gets traded over from the Brewers, and they love his arm. Pretty good center fielder.
Runner goes on 3-2 and a foul back.
It wasn't even on their 40-man roster. Yeah, a little bit over 6'2", a little over a couple of hundred, 200 pounds.
So this would be the 7th pitch to Haniger this at bat, with Jensen running, and a swing and a miss. Actually foul tip held by Wieters, and Gallardo works out of the 2-out walk. Mid-4th at Camden Yards. Birds come to bat, down by 2. Florida's Gulf Coast, recently recognized as one of the top 2 happiest seaside towns in America for 2015 by Coastal Living magazine. You can plan now at visitsarasota.org.
That's right. Great weather, great restaurants, everything. Happiness. There's some happiness. Got some haircuts.
Hey, they're trying to look like Mark Trumbo. Well, here is Pedro Alvarez. Orioles trail by 2. Pedro was called out on strikes to strand the bases loaded in the first. Miller has struck out just 2, and they've both been called strike threes. And a good take ball, too.
Well, he's a big guy, and you know, again, the Orioles need a little bit of help. They need to get the clutch hit. They need to get some base runners on again. Dropped his elbow, so underneath that pitch.
Good cut, but he fouled it back.
Well, the Orioles, you know, you get in the 2-0 count, it doesn't mean you have to swing at it. And that ball is a ball. If it's it's a very hittable pitch. If it's down, just a smidgen. But sometimes you score runs by actually getting on base. I mean, isn't that what they talked about all year long? Hey, get on for the next guy. And if you're unwilling to do that,
pass the baton.
Yeah, right. And if you think that you got to be the guy, especially if you're leading off an inning. And we know Pedro does. You know, he hadn't been playing. I mean, August was a terrific month for him. Didn't play early, so he still hits a couple of home runs this month, but the average not where he wants it. But right at this point, you got to take the walk if he gives it to you. Not that one. That was pretty much down the middle. And remember, the bases loaded was just a cutter that ended up in the middle of the plate.
So a full count on Alvarez. And protecting to stay alive.
Well, you like the approach there because he was going to hit that ball to left field. And he can do that. We started in spring training. He's got great power the other way.
Orioles have just 2 base hits, both singles. And he popped them up.
Yeah, terrific pitch. Changeup, 3-2.
And making the grab is Owings, the shortstop, who was in the shift and one away. Well, the Orioles are proud to once again host the Longevity Foundation's Breathe Deep Baltimore. It's a 5K walk to raise funds and awareness for lung cancer in memory of the Orioles' late public relations director, Monica Pence Barlow. The event will take place here at Oriole Park on Saturday, October 22nd, with all the proceeds benefiting the nonprofit's efforts to provide research grants as well as community support for those with lung cancer. To register and for more information, visit Orioles.com/longevity. And that always is a fun event. And of course, for a great cause for Monica that we lost much too early.
Yeah, oh, what a terrific lady she was.
Scope bounced out his first at bat. Fly ball to shallow center field. Out of Segura in his Haniger. And the center fielder has it.
Yeah, he took a little circle route. I mean, those are 2 back-to-back great pitches. I don't think Pedro Alvarez ever thought that Miller with a 2-run lead from a 3-2 changeup. He did, and then right there, cutter right on the outside corner. So they let him out of the first inning where he was struggling with his command, and whether it was just missing the home run by Chris Davis, and I don't think you're ever comfortable with a 2-0 lead, but looks like he's a much more confident pitcher.
Ball 1 to Wieters. That singled his first at bat. That snapped an 0 for 14, just his 3rd hit on the homestand. Now, I would guess that even though Buck says every day that the players don't let yesterday carry over into today, and we've seen that the resiliency of this team is certainly an asset. There's a bouncer to first, and Wieters is out of 3 up, 3 down inning. But when you're not hitting overall, you know there's some pressing going on. 11 to the 5th, 2-0 Arizona. brought to you by PNC Bank, for the achiever in you. Orioles would love to add one of those to the wall out there on Utah Street. A little sweetie at the game, staying close to mommy. A lot of kids here tonight. Now, Jim, that's a look for you. The purple hair.
What's wrong with that?
No, it's good. It's a good look. Be better if it was orange, but still a good look.
Sunday won't matter. I'll have my hat on.
You gonna wear your hat the whole game?
No. Nope.
Gene Segura leads off. RBI double his last at bat, 1 out of 2. Owings and Goldschmidt will follow, and there's a strike. Giovanni, two out RBI hits, the difference in this game. One was a bloop, and Segura's was well hit to right field, just over the glove of Trumbo, who actually got his glove on it, just couldn't get it to stick in the glove for the out.
It wasn't a routine play. You're playing what, probably about 40-50 feet from the wall. Have to go back, find the ball, follow the ball. Of course, the fact that he's 6'5", I'm assuming, and again, he's so tall, he got the glove up at just about when he hit the wall. So hit it well, though. You get an idea why he's hitting where he is, well over 300 with what 193 hits. 2.
Right to Manny. And he's got it 1 down. Well, the pitching certainly has pitched better in September than the results have shown. The Orioles are now 10-10 in the month, but they're the largest ERA decreases from August to September. Dodgers at 2.48, but the Orioles second best in baseball, 1.87 lower than August.
Yeah, the best pitching month for the Orioles, and again, the first 3 months were winning months. The best one, 19-9, but the best one was in April. There have been occasional bad start. The bullpen is healthy again. You got more of them out there. In case you do have a bad game, you don't have to go to some of your long men.
Well, there's 11 out there tonight with Aquino not available. And of course, you saw Zach, and he's been as dominant as any reliever in the history of the game over a season. Certainly will be in the Cy Young discussion, and should be. His ERA since May 5th is 0.17. That's pretty good. Bunt third base side, pretty good one. Manny can't make the barehanded pickup, and there's a bunt single for Owens. So
well, that's the difference between the Diamondbacks and a lot of teams. That if you do present the bunt, and Manny's about as good as anybody coming in, they take it. So again, if you're pitching, you figure, well, hey, made a pretty good pitch. He drops a bunt down. He gets on. He's going to run a little bit. He gets Goldschmidt, who's hot. So again, he's even with the bag. It's not like he's way back. But you got to give them credit. That's part of their offensive repertoire as a team. And to put pressure on the defense, on the pitching, you have to make a perfect play, which he doesn't. It wasn't easy by any means.
And that gets Goldschmidt up with a man on.
And with him, as we mentioned, he struggled for 98 at bats, and then he hits 3 home runs in 2 games. 2 of them in the Wednesday game in San Diego that Arizona won 3-2. And they were long home runs. They were cheapies.
Goldschmidt in his 6th season now, just 29 years old.
And there you go. It's kind of inside middle. And we saw him when the Orioles went to Arizona a couple of years ago. He's got 2 home runs lifetime against him. His home run went to right center field. So just as Hanley Ramirez hit that home run, he's got tremendous power to the opposite field. He can hit him out anywhere.
Owings is 17 out of 19 in stealing bases.
Well, that's why he bunted his way on. You give him to him. He's trying to think, well, what is my job as a second place hitter? If the leadoff guy Segura comes in with 192 hits or whatever, shoot him one to right or get on for the big guy, and that's exactly what he did by bunting the ball.
Double play ball. Hardy, scope, Davis. 6-4-3 ends the inning. Bunt single, none left. Mid-fifth, the O's come to bat, looking for some runs. Now on sale at Orioles.com/pet calendar here at the ballpark and at the official team store in York. The proceeds benefit Barks, the Baltimore Animal Rescue and Care Shelter. You can enjoy 16 months of your favorite birds posing with their favorite dogs and cats. Each year this calendar does sell out, so grab your copy now. Orioles.com/pet calendar. Here's J.J. Hardy leading off. Struck out his first at bat. Miller gets ahead of him 0-1. Kim on deck and then Adam Jones. Two runs on 5 hits for Arizona. Shelby Miller has held the Orioles to no runs on 2 base hits. A Machado single and a Weeder single. He's walked 2. But got out of that bases loaded jam in the first where Davis just missed a 3-run home run, and then he got Alvarez on a called strike 3. Chopped to third.
Well, that cut fastball, Jim, has really made a difference. That and somehow extricating himself from the jam in the first. He doesn't throw a lot of home runs, but then again, normally, last year for the first time he pitched 200 innings. You talked about the fact that because they didn't score many runs, well under 500. This year coming in, what, 90 innings, 14 home runs. So
the fan with the South Korean flag on Hyun-Soo Kim t-shirt night. Ball 1 down and in. There's a Kim fan with his own homemade poster. Kim has walked. He has popped up. Strike at the knees, 1-1. It's amazing. The numbers for Shelby Miller this year are not what he had been accustomed to. And then he was demoted to AAA on July 14th. And it wasn't for just to go down and clear your head. He was there from July 14th until August 31st. But since he's come back, he hasn't won a game. 4 starts. He's 0-3 with an ERA above 6, but he's pitching much better than that tonight.
Yeah, I think that you think, okay, well, we're going to just send him down and bring him right back because we have such an investment. But I think if you do have such an investment, you want to make sure that he's right. And if you look at the numbers, he pitched all right at AAA Reno. California League's a tough place to pitch anyway. And there's a strike.
Kim thought it was outside. He takes it, but he's rung up by Greg Gibson.
Hey, he's had a little bit of a wandering strike zone. Right here, it looks, I mean, right around the corner, maybe on the edge. This will give you the definitive. Yeah, right on the corner. You could see high home. I know hitters don't like this, but the plate's 17 inches. If you throw the edge of the ball, it really makes the plate, because it doesn't have to be the whole ball. You can get the plate if you have Greg Maddox command and whatever, Mike Messina command. You can get the plate to be almost 22 inches wide. Perfect example of it.
Overthrows that one, 1-0 to Adam Jones.
So they give him the bunt. And while I know he wants to hit 30 home runs, I know he wants the Orioles to win. Drop one down. We've seen him do it, especially early on. You know, he faked it against Boston, and Shaw had to come in, what, 3 or 4 steps.
And 1-1 the count. Adam has flied out twice. Broken bat ball left side, deep short is Owings. The long throw across, and he got him. What a play. So 3 up, 3 down go the Orioles for a second consecutive inning. That is 7 in a row retired by Shelby Miller. We are through 5 at Camden Yards. Jones bounces out on a nice play by Owings. Arizona with a 2-0 lead. Georges County school bus driver Renita Smith, who pulled 20 children from a burning bus in September earlier this month. Renita not only took each child out, the 20 Glen Arden Woods Elementary School children from the bus one by one, but also then went back into the empty bus to make sure every child was out, even though the bus was on fire. A mother herself, she was quoted as saying, "It's my job to save them," and she did. We honor Renita Smith, who inspires us through her heroic and quick action. And this the first season, the Orioles recognizing the Birdland community heroes. It has been wonderful as we're able to pay tribute to those who do such great work in our community. So congratulations to Renita Smith.
Oh, what a heroic effort that was.
I saw the video of that bus, and it was like an inferno.
Okay, wouldn't you, as you get older, wouldn't you like to go back? Of course, when you get really old, your bus drivers, when you went to grade school and high school, they're not alive, but you'd like to thank them for how annoying you were. So, I'd say I want to apologize. Just being a normal kid.
I didn't take the school bus. I was a mile from the school. I guess I missed out.
Car service or what?
Yeah, just a little walk. Lined right to Manning. Castillo retired, 1 down.
Yeah, kind of hooked it. Yeah, went the other way when he was behind in the count, in the head of the count. He tries to pull it, and That's the wrong guy to hit it to. In fact, you don't want to hit it to any of the Oriole infield. That's how well they played this year.
So the shift is on for Jake Lamb. Bloop RBI double down the left field line in the first, got Arizona their first run. A little bit low, 1-0.
Well, 26 to the opposite field, 43 up the middle, 54. So he is a pull hitter. He just kind of, maybe with the average dropping a little bit. And Dave Magadan said, hey, use the whole field, and he got a little bit fortunate. Because it wasn't hit hard. There's a changeup. Yeah, that will make the 89 to 92 a lot better if he can throw that. That and the fact that they got 3 or 4 runs, he'd be one happy right-handed starting pitcher.
Bats have stayed quiet. No runs on just 2 hits for the Orioles. Gallardo looking for his 6th win. His last win was September the 6th at Tampa Bay, and then he lost to the Rays last Thursday here a week ago yesterday. Certainly has been a little bit of a different approach with the Orioles starters, going with the 6 since Chris Tillman came back off the DL. And pitchers like Gallardo have been given extra rest.
Well, yeah, that or you just may miss a start in essence. You know, they did it with Miley because he struggled. Pitched better the other day against Tampa, but then had the back spasms. Yeah.
Weak swing got him. 2 men down.
Well, whatever, you know, we see it. This is what the other teams have been doing to the Orioles over the last 8 games. Get ahead, out of the zone. If you take it, it's a ball. If you swing. I mean, I don't know too many hitters that don't expand the zone when you get ahead of them. I mean, even going way back.
There's Manny Tomas. There's his power zone. He has bounced out to Scope and flied out.
So again, I thought maybe he'd, you know, be a little bit more out over the plate, but he's a pull hitter. And there you go.
It's into the gap in left center field. Kim can't get to it. It goes all the way to the wall. Tomas will cruise into second base with a 2-out double.
Yeah, so that's what they've done tonight. You know, Lamb double in the first, couple of doubles in the second, and then right here. And then, so you're not getting any runs. Talked about inside middle. That's exactly where it is. And he's looking for it because he missed with a cutter. So once you throw a breaking ball for ball 1, even the maybe the marginal guys as far as thinking at the plate, they've become a lot smarter. Tommy Hunter getting loose.
So another runner in scoring position. Here's Brandon Drury, who has doubled and scored, and he has also struck out. Broken bat bouncer to Hardy. This should end the inning. JJ to Davis, and that's that. So the 2-out double. Tomas left stranded at second. We head to the bottom of the 6th. Bulls come up down by 2. RBIs. Francisco Liriano pitching well. Tigers lead Kansas City 6-0 in the 5th. Victor Martinez another home run. Justin Upton 2 for 2 with another home run. And the Angels now have a 2-1 lead on the Astros in the 3rd. Cron has an RBI. And Pujols, who had a 2-run home run last night for a 2-0 win, has a double and a run scored. So there are the standings as play began tonight. Blue Jays a 1-game lead on Detroit for the #1 spot. Orioles a half-game back, even in the win column, but down 1 in the loss column. Astros a 1.5 off the pace. Seattle 2 games back. And the Yankees are still in consideration.
Yeah, I don't think the Orioles are not scoreboard watching. You know, I think a lot of guys will say, hey, we never watch the scoreboard. When you play on good teams, you started watching the scoreboard in April. It's just part of the deal. You look at the schedule in April in spring training. Where are we going to play down the stretch? We'll be home and away against the good teams. Darren O'Day now with Tommy Hunter sitting down.
2-0 on Manny.
So again, you know, even the best hitters can walk. Yeah, there's a good take. That was not what he was looking for. To me, that's a quality take, even though it's a strike. I mean, the cut fastball has been the key. That and an occasional change tonight. And misses there. Oh, late call. Wow. Yeah, I mean, this is a control bat by Manny Machado because, again, he hasn't gotten a good pitch to hit, even though he got ahead 2-0. So to me, I don't know what's going to happen here, but it makes it harder when you don't swing at a pitcher's pitch. And that ball just off the outside corner.
Well, with Gibson on the corners tonight, that was actually a gutsy take.
Yeah, well, he has been in and out as far as the consistency factor.
So full count. Manny has yet to swing the bat in this at bat. How's it back?
But the one thing you know that Shelby Miller does not want to walk Manny Machado with a 2-0 lead with the heart of the order coming up for the Orioles. You know, you got Davis, then you got Trumbo, then you got Alvarez.
And Manny about to see the 7th pitch in this at bat, trying to get on base, leading off here in the 6th. Right center field. Over is Haniger. Tomas there as well, but it's Haniger the center fielder, so Machado's retired. And one away here in the 6th inning. Dominion National providing innovative, high-value dental and vision benefits to area employers and individuals. Smile, it's Friday. Big crowd on hand on Hyun-Soo Kim t-shirt night, fireworks night as well. Arizona with a 2-0 lead on the O's.
Yeah, the Orioles got to start hitting it to the orange people. Because the stands are littered with them, not the gray guys, not the Diamondbacks.
Ball 1 low to Chris Davis. Fans are waiting for something to cheer about. The Orioles have just 2 base hits. They've had just 5 base runners, a couple of walks and 1 reaching on an error. That was Davis in the 3rd. Slice the other way. That'll be back in the crowd.
Yeah, the amazing thing is how close that Chris Davis came on a hanging changeup in the 1st inning. Actually, at that time, would have given the Orioles a 2-1 lead.
3-1. There were 2 on base. There was a walk and a single ahead of it.
Yeah. It's even better.
Up and in 2-1.
Trying to go to where a lot of teams try to exploit Chris Davis up and in, and he said, I'll have nothing to do with it.
Swept foul near the camera well. Count evens 2-2.
Well, Goldsmith, as we said, he leads their team in walks, and Chris Davis has walked over 80 times for the Orioles. 82 exact.
Again, a foul ball.
Yeah, you could see Castillo wanted the ball up and out of the zone, or maybe right at the letters, and he got it away. And Chris can hit a lot of home runs. I mean, that's what September's been about. Low average, but 6 home runs.
All 3. 8 in a row retired by Shelby Miller. Davis reaching on the 2-out error in the 3rd, the last Oriole to reach, and this will be a 7th pitch in this at bat. Fouls it off.
There's a cut fastball. Yeah, when you're starting to pitch like that, you know, you're not thinking about anything but pitch. You know, nobody's done anything. And there's the cutter. It's good to foul that one off, trying to get it up out of the zone. But it's really it's batter to batter, pitch to pitch, and the Orioles just haven't done anything to get him out of that mode. Like I said at the beginning, you cannot take the record in the ERA at 2-12 at 690 and forget that this guy does have a good arm. And tonight he's using all his pitches. So somebody's got to change something. Yeah, there you go. Or he'll do it himself.
So a 1-out walk. It's the tying run to the plate.
Yeah, so dodgeball. 83rd walk of the year, and it does get the major league home run hitter to the plate. And the thing about Mark Trumbo, he hit a BB, but right at Tomas in right field. So he had a quality at bat. One of the few hard hit balls off of Shelby Miller.
Well, the Orioles have been outscored on this homestand 37-23, and they were outscored 20-8 by the Red Sox. Boston scored 5 runs exactly in each of the 4 wins. But Gallardo has kept them in the game. Now it's up to the hitters. Strike 1 on the outside corner.
Yeah, primarily Shelby Miller. We talked about what the 9 home runs to lefties, 5 to righties. He's a ground ball pitcher. Maybe not as pronounced as he was last year, where he had a 3.02 ERA, 132 to 69 coming in. But his strength is down in the zone with a 2-seam fastball. And right there, Mark's not looking for it. Almost maybe sitting on a cut fastball.
Outfield plays very deep for Arizona, so line drives have a better chance to fall in.
Yeah, that might be a habit because the park, Chase Field, is huge. I mean, it is a vast ballpark, even though the ball does carry well in Arizona.
Just got a piece.
And there's the cutter, and yeah, you're right. Pitcher's pitch. Try to spoil it.
They're giving him right field if he wants it. With the runner on, Goldschmidt holding the base.
Oh, you mean here?
Yeah.
Well, sorry about that, but it doesn't happen too often. That's really the way Mark Trumbo started opening day. He got 4 base hits. And all back up the middle right field against the Twins. Yeah, there you go. Thought about it.
So that time Trumbo gets the call, 1-2 on him.
There you can see that's why they give him that hole. Mostly center field, left field for Trumbo, even though he does have home run power the other way.
Davis at first with 1 down. Off speed pitch fouled off, protecting the outside corner.
Yeah, what he wants to do is hope that he'll get around a cutter, and that's what that pitch was, but it was up and maybe hit a ground ball.
Trumbo 0 for 1 with a walk tonight. He is now 4 for 25 on the homestand. The Orioles are 2-6 through 8 games of this 11-game homestand. It is just the 3rd time this year they have played to a losing homestand. Buck's team has been very good at home. And one of those homestands was a 3-game series. They dropped 2 out of 3 to Colorado in late July. And then August 16th through the 23rd, they went 3-5 against Boston, Houston, and then Washington. 7th pitch here to Mark Trumbo. He's down in the count 1-2. Line drive. There's a base hit down the left field line. That'll get Davis to third. Running it down is Drury. Bobby Dickerson will hold Davis, and Trumbo has a double. Nice swing on a 1-2 pitch.
Well, he just kept his hands in and didn't overswing. Got to know where the barrel of the bat is to be a good hitter. And when so take a look right here. I mean, it's going to be a long at bat. There's strike one. He'll come back with another strike. So it's 0-2. Now you really have to scuffle. Cutter, stay alive. Check swing. 1-2. Cutter, stay alive. Stay alive. And then finally gets a ball that doesn't quite get in and puts a great swing on it. If they get the tying runs to second and third, and Mike Butcher will come out and have a little conference with his starter.
So Butcher out. The Arizona bullpen has really struggled. Hathaway is the left-hander, and Delgado is the right-hander.
Yeah, we saw Randall Delgado when last time we were there. He was a starting pitcher. Hathaway actually went to Dan Duquette's baseball camp up in New England. So they were kind of conversing on the field today. Now you can see 22 pitches here in the 6th. And because of the scoreboard, they're going to play everybody back. So a ground ball to the right side gets a run. Base hits most likely, unless it's hit real hard, gets 2.
Well, Davis walked on an 8-pitch at bat. Trumbo doubles on a 7-pitch at bat. Good chance for the Orioles to get even here or better. Outside, 1-0. They are giving Pedro left center field, and as Jim mentioned earlier, Pedro has a very good swing the opposite way.
Well, you talked about the inflated runner in scoring position number 359 coming in.
Fouls it back. Well, the Orioles on the homestand, this is only their 3rd opportunity. They're 0 for 2. That was in the 1st inning. So they're now 7 for 49 on the homestand, runners in scoring position. That's really been the biggest of the problems at the plate, is when they've had the chances, they haven't been able to cash in.
Yeah, it started against Tampa Bay in that 7-6 loss. They had 15 opportunities in the first game of this homestand. Ended up losing a 1-run game.
Too tight. The Arizona bullpen is 14th in the National League. The bullpen's ERA is 5.06.
Well, they traded Ziegler to the Red Sox and Tyler Clippard to the Yankees, and they were the back end of the bullpen, at least 2/3 of it.
Yeah. Got him to pop it up. Goldschmidt, he's got it. 2 men down. That is a big out for Miller.
Alvarez gets exactly what he doesn't want, and Miller on another cut fastball just gets him to kind of be out in front a little bit and pops it up. Yeah, again, it's all about situational hitting, and we talk about it. The hitters usually get down to spring training February 20th, and every day in batting practice, man on third, less than 2 outs, try to hit a fly ball. Now, BP's a lot easier than having Shelby Miller not trying to cooperate, and he makes a good pitch to get the pop up.
Well, here's Scope, 2 down now, and Miller's going to get out of it. Center field, there's Haniger, and the Orioles strand 2 in scoring position, and they are 0 for 4 with runners in scoring position on the night.
as well. You know, again, he's got some big strikeouts. He does give up a couple of single runs. One a bloop on a ball that was a tough play for Trumbo and Wright. But they scored 2 runs. He keeps them in the game. He pitches about as well as he's pitched in a while. But those are the numbers. So again, you know, the command better, the strikeouts, you know, much more when you look at strikes to ball. And now our Jiffy Lube pitching change brought to you by Jiffy Lube, where participating stores now do brake services. Stop it and let Jiffy Lube inspect your brakes today. Aaron O'Day. Well, 2 pitches pretty much, but he changed the speeds on them. You know, 2-seamer, 4-seamer, riser, sinker with a fastball, and then the sweeping slider that he will throw to righties at their front hip, and then if your lefties try to backdoor him. It's been a tough year injury-wise. The hamstring early on for about 7 weeks, and then rushed back, and then back on the disabled list for a month with the shoulder tendonitis. 3rd appearance since he coming off the DL.
And he last worked on Tuesday, 2/3 of an inning against Boston. Here's Kyle Jensen, who takes a strike. Jensen has walked and struck out. Bounce towards Manny, but foul. Matt Williams, the third base coach, has it, former Nats manager. He was with Arizona, went to Washington, now back with Arizona.
He lives in the Valley of the Sun, Phoenix area. Dave McKay, longtime player, coach, been around over at first base.
Well, 0-2 on Jensen. And he got him.
Yeah, you know, again, I mean, it's tough. You get great numbers at AAA, but who throws like Darren O'Day in the Pacific Coast League? If you do, you need to get to the big leagues. Starts him off with sliders, and then there's the rising fastball. Really just kind of grip pressure and hand position, and it gets the ball to sink or rise. Throws it right out of the strike zone.
On Sunday, the first pitch he threw when he came in, Corey Dickerson hit a home run opposite field. That tied the game at 1. The Orioles would eventually win 2-1.
It was down and away.
Yeah.
He said he never ever had presented that approach. Wasn't a bad pitch. I mean, other than the fact that it ended up in the seats. I'll give you an idea. I think it was the 21st home run for Corey Dickerson.
Misses the corner, 1-1.
Well, hitting's timing, and pitching is trying to disrupt that. Again, can be a lot of ways. I mean, if you can overthrow the ball by guys, or you know, you have the deception that Darren has.
Left field off the end of the bat, but a long run for Kim. Still coming on, and he'll get there.
Yeah, that's a tough play because, you know, we talked about how Haniger had 3 home runs in his last 10 games. He went for the home run swing, and he hit it on the end of the bat. So if you're a left fielder, you see the big swing, and then the ball gets up in the air. But that one was hit high enough. And one thing about Young-Soo Kim, I mean, he scurries, and then he scurries under control to make the catch. And he doesn't throw well, and the league knows that.
Well, he was so deep, he just had to run straight line towards the foul line.
Yeah, but he was deep and in left center. I mean, it is his T-shirt night. He's going to end up being part of the heroic finish by the Orioles.
Well, he'll be up in the 7th. He's due 3rd. Wayne Kirby likes that run down for the fly ball. Now here is Segura. Strike on the corner.
No interest on that one.
I'll live for another pitch, thank you.
Well, but maybe that's why he's hitting .317 and he's got 192 hits now, because he's not swinging at pitchers' pitches early in the count.
When he was with the Angels, which is where he signed and came up, he was the key player traded to Milwaukee when the Angels acquired Zach Greinke for their playoff push. And then Greinke left and went to the Dodgers And Greinke left the Dodgers and is now with Arizona. So Segura and Greinke were once traded for each other in part of a big trade, and now they're teammates in Arizona.
And Segura is having his best year ever. He's only 26.
Signed with the Angels back in 2007. And the Greinke trade with Milwaukee was just before the trade deadline in 2012. Just outside.
And he's going, he put his hands up because I tell you just don't know with Greg Gibson tonight. That was a strike, called a ball. There's been balls called strikes. And it really started back on the third pitch of the game where he threw a 1-1 fastball right pretty much inside middle and called it a ball. Now he would get Segura out. There you go.
Again, he wanted no part of it.
That's going to all change here. 3-2. You're down to your last strike.
Well, Segura getting a look at O'Day for the first time. Count goes full.
And waited, and then stayed up a little bit, flicked it foul.
Arizona has gone 3 up, 3 down only once in this game. That was back in the third. Giovanni Gallardo got 3 groundouts that inning. And he began that inning with that nice grab of the bouncer by Goldschmidt. Arizona's stranded 5, and the Orioles have turned 1 double play to erase a base runner. 7th pitch coming here.
Yeah, they're scoring 5.42 runs a game in September, 8 and 11. With the pitching just kind of does them. I mean, the last 3 months, 5.84, 5.85, and this month 5.63. So you got to be up almost at the 6-run a game level, which is tough to do. Orioles did it in June. Red Sox are doing it in the month of September. Do it at home for the whole year.
Popped him up wide of first. Davis has a play. And he's got it. So O'Day finally wins the battle. An 8-pitch at bat. 7th inning stretch. The Birds trail by 2.
Take a look at our Geico highlights. First inning, Orioles trailing 1-0, and Chris Davis almost a 3-run home run. And then Pedro Alvarez with the bases loaded, 2 outs, would take strike 3 from Shelby Miller. 6th inning, 1 out, runners at second and third. Cutter, Alvarez pops it up, and then Scope pass ball away, fly ball to center field. So a game, at least to this point, of lost opportunities. Geico, 15 minutes to save you 15% or more in car insurance. Visit geico.com for a free rate quote.
Arizona with a 2-0 lead as we head to the bottom of the 7th. And welcome in the booth. Now, if you come here tomorrow night, of course, tonight is Hyun-Soo Kim T-shirt night. Here's the hoodie for tomorrow, and this is a real nice item. Here's the hoodie with the cartoon bird, and this will keep you warm. Our meteorologist here says it's going to be cool tomorrow night. So you come to the game, you get the hoodie, and you'll be in Oriole gear here at the game. And what the Orioles need to do here is get in gear with their bats.
Yes, they do.
3 hits on the night, no runs.
That's right. I mean, it's Kim night. Kim T-shirt night. Celebrate it.
Well, he's coming up third this inning.
Well, I understand that. I mean, let's celebrate the fact that they're given T-shirts. It's a sea of orange. You're down by 2. Put 3 or 4 or 5 runs on the board for the next 3 innings. So again, Shelby Miller will lead the game. Really pitch well. Like we said, you got to ignore the numbers because he can pitch. He has won 15 games. He pitches well. He gets into trouble, gets out of it. That's what good pitchers do. And now Randall Delgado. So he was a starting pitcher. He's pitched well out of the bullpen, especially over his last 25 appearances. He's got a 2-seam, 4-seam fastball, 92, 93. He's got the slider. He's got the changeup. And when the Orioles last saw him in Arizona, he was the starting pitcher for him. So again, nothing against Miller. He has a chance to win for only the 3rd time this year. Let's see if the Orioles can do some damage with 9 more outs to go in this game.
Yeah, down only 2. Great job by Giovanni tonight. Aaron O'Day at a 3-up, 3-down 7th. Here's Matt Wieters. And he'll take a strike.
Yeah, so again, not overpowering, but you could see right there a little bit of movement. Nice 2-seamer that started outside middle and dove right to the corner. Probably the second best secondary pitch is the change. There it is. You can see again movement. So 91, 8-mile difference. Both of them moving well. Brad Brock getting loose.
With the fireworks behind him.
Wow.
Fireworks night here at the yard.
Well, you're kind of hoping the fireworks are in the Orioles' bat rack.
Delgado's from Panama. Bouncer back towards the middle. Right there is Owings, and Wieters retired and 1 away. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Orioles. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Orioles. You see the big crowd on hand on this Friday night. They want to cheer. And JJ takes a strike. Rally caps already in the 7th inning.
That's all right. Runs have been so difficult to come by. Maybe you get the hats turned around earlier. Had some opportunities, but again, Shelby Miller really made some good pitches. Cutters, change-ups. Threw a lot of strikes.
Bounce to third. Lamb plays a tough hop. Yeah, and gets it across. 2
nice,
down.
Quick, accurate arm.
Well, the most popular way to follow the Orioles postseason push is with MLB.com at bat, the #1 app for live baseball. Enjoy game day, live game video highlights, StatCast, news, and more. Get MLB.com at bat on your favorite devices today.
So Delgado his first year because he also came in that Justin Upton trade from Atlanta. 5-7, but he pitched 20 starts, or actually 19 starts, 20 games. One of those hits per innings guy. A lot of strikes, relatively low ERA, a little bit over 4 runs a game, and he's not going to waste any time, is he?
He is one of 24 natives of Panama to pitch in a big league game. We'll see the most accomplished, Mariano Rivera.
Yeah,
19 seasons. 652 saves as the left-hander Hathaway gets up again. One of those pitchers, Christian Bethancourt, is a catcher who got into a game that was out of hand as a pitcher.
Well, we had a very good utility guy, Chico Simone, number 30, was from Panama. I don't think Chico ever pitched.
Let's see. Nope.
And there's the curveball. Oh, he's got them all. I mean, he's got starting pitcher stuff, and again, as we mentioned, not overpowering. I mean, he's always been able to throw some strikes. He walked 23 the first year he started in 116 innings. So he's a strike thrower. The Orioles are looking for him maybe to walk somebody, get a guy on, and all of a sudden tying run comes to the plate. There's the change. So maybe the heroic nature of Soo Kim tonight is going to be the fact that he gets a walk.
That would get the tying run to the plate. So 2 outs, the base is empty, and a full count on Kim. And he does walk.
Okay.
So that allows the tying run to come to the plate.
Yeah, I tell you, that's a gutsy pitch right there. I mean, Chip Hale probably talking to Mike Butcher, his pitching coach, with the Cavs, saying 3-2 curveball with a 2-run lead, low percentage pitch. Well, anyway, he does walk him. I mean, you would have thought maybe it would have been something. I mean, you really want to make Kim put the ball in play, but the Royals will take advantage of that.
And on the phone to the bullpen. Well, Adam is due. He is 0 for 3 tonight. Since Monday, the beginning of the Boston series, he has 2 hits in his last 18 at-bats. And he hit him. Thank you very much. It hurts, but the go-ahead run comes to the plate.
Yeah, but he really gets out of the way you're supposed to do it. I mean, he doesn't expose anything other than the arm and the wrist. Watch him turn. They're right here and just turns into it. Still hurts. Gets kind of the rib up left shoulder.
Right on the tricep, it looks like.
So now all of a sudden you have the potential go-ahead run at the plate for the guy that's hit 36 home runs. So, boy, the 3-2 curveball, and then you hit the next guy. Maybe this is what the Orioles need. And then here comes Mike Butcher again.
Well, we mentioned the even though, as Jim pointed out, Delgado's been pitching very well last 25 appearances, which for a reliever is an extended period. The Diamondbacks bullpen ERA is 5.06. That's quite high.
Well, you know, I mean, they have some guys. You know, obviously Hathaway is the lefty. You know,
Burgos the righty.
Burgos the righty. They've been using. You know, Daniel Hudson used to be a starter, had Tommy John, so they've used him. He's hard. He throws in the mid-90s. Burgos is another one of those guys that's got a power arm. Average fastball is 96, slider changeup. So, but right here, like we said, Tomas hit one up the gap, hit it down the right field line, hit it over his head, probably tie the game up. Jones runs well at first.
And he's not being held, so he's getting a bigger lead. Outside corner called strike. Gibson must yell that it's a strike so the players know, because he's very late with that hand coming up. When will the Orioles get that elusive big hit?
Yeah, I mean, they take a soft single. Seeing eye grounder. And then he comes right after him. Yep. And again, I mean, 91 plays when you're on the corner, and that's where those 2 pitches were. It seems sometimes you get guys that come in throwing 93 to 95, but they throw it down the middle, and those are the ones that really get waffled. But Manny can and has hit just about every pitch that guys can throw to him over the course of this season.
Down and away, a ball and 2 strikes.
I mean, he's taking balls up and out over the plate and hit them into the right field seats. Throw a breaking ball, hang it. It's quickly into the seats, down and in. He does not have a lot of holes.
And he got him. And the Orioles strand 2 more. So a 2-out walk, a hit batsman, and the Orioles remain scoreless. We will head to the 8th at Camden Yards, Arizona with a 2-0 lead. Us tomorrow, more O's action. Game 2 of the 3-game series, as the Orioles will take on the Arizona Diamondbacks. Our coverage on MASN 2 begins at 6:30 with O's Extra presented by Southwest, and then game coverage at 7 o'clock.
So Wade Miley, who used to pitch for the Diamondbacks a number of years. Robbie Ray, think of that, 210 strikeouts. Again, high ERA for both of them. That'll be good. Brad Brock's coming in. Tough night the other night. Unearned runs, but again, he pitched a lot better, but did give up the 3-run home run to Andrew Benintendi after the error by Chris Davis. Kind of a freaky inning. He's really done a nice job for the Orioles. And all-star game for the first time in San Diego. And then again, the ability, usually when he comes in, Jim, you know what that means. He pitches well and they score runs for him. So he'll be right into the heart of the lineup here.
He goes after Owings and falls behind 1-0. Goldschmidt on deck, and then Castillo. Brad last worked on Wednesday. 3 unearned runs. It's a hang and breaking ball, and he rips it into left field for a base hit. Kim is over. Owings is trying for 2. Here's the throw. He is out at second base.
That must be Kim T-shirt night. The rule is run on him. But again, if you play it right and you circle it right and you get to it quickly, it does give you a chance. And then you make this kind of accurate throw, strong. Let's see if the tag gets him. Looked like it did. Well, of course, now in the old days, just run off the field, got him up on the
bang, bang, but that Hickox was right there.
Yeah. No. They're going to call him back because it was a great throw, great tag. That's how you do it. Yeah, the advanced scouting says you can run on Kim, but not when he makes this throw, and then there you go, right up on the calf. Scope does it about Hardy about as well as anybody.
Great tag by Jonathan.
It really was. It's not an easy tag because your back's to the runner. You're trying to catch the ball. You're trying to find. You're just going to try to get it to the bag as quickly as you can, and he does a great job of that.
So Kim picks up the assist. That eliminates the base runner. 0-1 on Goldschmidt. Well, Brad hasn't allowed an earned run since Friday, September 9th, when he gave up that home run in Detroit to Victor Martinez, which broke the tie. He ended up with the loss. 3 unearned runs the other night following the Chris Davis error on what would have been the final out of that inning. Goldschmidt gets a piece to stay alive. So he gave up the home run to Benintendi, a 3-run shot.
Yeah, both of those balls. I mean, that was kind of middle in, and you know, he tried to go in Detroit. It's not his comfort zone. He's got so many options. You know, and again, he's better to lefties away, righties. You know, he's got the hard slider. He's got the changeup, the dives, kind of like what Delgado did to Manny to strike him out. But 2 home runs by left-handers. I mean, that's really been the difference in the second half, and I think it's understandable because of the injuries to O'Day. Pitched more than really not necessary because the Orioles were trying to win a pennant. But because of O'Day, I mean, when you go back to really starting in late June, almost seemed like every other day he was pitching. So for a power pitcher, that's a lot of innings.
And he gets Goldschmidt, 2 men down.
But his stuff is so good, and there's an example. That's probably his 3rd pitch, but this is about as good as slider. You don't pick up the spin on the good slider, and it just slides away from the bat head.
And our league leaders, brought to you by Coons.com. Over 2 million vehicles sold and counting.
Oh, there you go, in relief.
30 and 14, the Orioles relievers. Best winning percentage in the league. And the ERA is 3.49, which is back to 4th best. So 2 down. Here's Castillo.
Well, it went up, you know, again in August because of, again, being overworked for a number of reasons. You know, that's why they had to go out and get Tommy Hunter. You know, with O'Day being out as long as he was, which was almost 2 months or a little bit over 2 months of the season, takes its toll.
We gave up 6 earned runs in that month of August. And he was saying the other day, and looking back in his season, that in the month of August, it was actually a mental grind, much more so than a physical grind, even though, as you say, Jim, he was utilized more often because O'Day wasn't available. And he said, you know, that ball's going to be out of play down the line. That when you start thinking about things, it can hurt you just as much as making a bad pitch.
Well, it's what happened right after the All-Star game down in San Diego. Didn't pitch in it. Is that he, you know, some lefties, I think they were 7 for the first 16. So that went up. And he didn't really have a whole lot of bad games that first half. But so between that and then maybe being used almost every other day because of the Day injury, caught up with him.
Looking back, ground ball past the mound, but there's Scope in the shift. And a inning completed there for Brock. A base hit, but 3 batters. Bottom of the 8th. Birds come up, still down by 2. bottom of the 7th. Machado up, representing the go-ahead run with 2 down, and Delgado gets a big strikeout, stranding him at second and Jones at first.
Yeah, all you got to do is look at their catch of Castillo. I mean, he's going to the power salute, and what a pitch that was. Again, Steve Hathaway will come on. I mean, 3-pitch pitcher. He has worked his way up through the minor leagues, and as we mentioned, actually did go to Dan Duquette's academy in New England. So again, pretty much in Missoula, his first year he started. Just numbers, lefties. I mean, had another option. Corbin's been pitching very well, but they go to this youngster. So we'll see how he can navigate his way through this inning. And of course, you're trying to match up. Chris Davis, lefty, leading off for the Orioles.
Davis is 0 for 2. He reached on an error. He's also walked. Hathaway from Cambridge, Massachusetts, just on the other side of the Charles River from Boston.
So 10 of the last 11 outings have been scoreless. Not a flame. 93 miles per hour, change up, mid 80s, 84, and then does have a curveball. Orioles are looking for a base runner. And not only are they looking for it, Jim, they want to get him in, something they haven't been able to do all night. Oh. Yeah, you can see. Again, Burgos, the hard throwing righty. And Castillo says, "Whoa, calm down." Gibbons, another right-hander for the Orioles.
Hathaway's in his 4th pro season. Breaking ball for a strike. So go away from the fastball after 2 high ones. 14th round pick in 2013 was Hathaway. Waves at the breaking ball, 2-2. He picked it up, but a little late. So 2-2 on Chris. Strike
right
three
down
call,
the middle.
breaking ball right there.
Yeah, you're just, Chris just does not have any rhythm, any balance. He can't, everything is so quick. So again, right here, he just gets fooled, gives up. That's probably the most hittable of the ones. But if you're not picking it up, and if you don't see it, you're not going to hit it.
Well, Hathaway was brought on to get Davis, and he does. So now Burgos will come on. 1 out, nobody on in the 8th.
Righty, fastball again in the mid 90s. He's been pitching well. I mean, he can walk some people. We're looking for that high ERA. 23 walks in the 39 2/3 innings, but also strikeouts. And the averages, 4 home runs as of late. Has been pitching well. He is a strikeout guy, 11.39 per 9 innings.
Mark Trumbo, who has a double and 2 trips plus a walk. Orioles have left 9 men on base, including the bases loaded in the bottom of the first. Ball 1 inside. And there's Daniel Hudson getting loose.
Yeah, he's been doing, with Ziegler now with the Red Sox, he's been doing some closing. Former starting pitching. They've had some both Tommy John surgery.
Overthrows down and away, ball 2.
Well, fastball looked like it might have hit the inside corner, and then he comes back with a cutter slider. And Hathaway went 2-0 and then dropped off 3 consecutive curveballs for strikes. And he's taken. Good idea, even if he throws a strike. Yeah, you got to feel. I would think you'd feel more comfortable when you don't really see somebody. You can look at film. They can tell you what he throws. But the more pitches you see, especially if it's 2-1, hitters count.
Ball 3.
Burgos a big guy. One hard thrower.
He's from Panama,
Panama too. 6'4", 250. That's how he's listed. Yeah, it's amazing. Wild with a fastball, comes back. Whether it's Hathaway with his curveballs, that was just a little cutter. Something other than a fastball to throw a strike. And the scoreboard allows you to do that. Alvarez, who waiting on deck.
Well, full count on Trumbo.
There's another one.
5-3 call.
And then again, it's a late breaking front door cutter. And it appeared, even though the strike zone's been all over the place, it appeared to be a strike. I mean, Castillo, he does a nice job. This will tell you, but right there, it gets the corner. I just don't think you expect that pitch. So that's like, 3 straight cut fastballs, and the third one seemed to hit the inside corner, even though Castillo yanked it back into the zone. The high home camera doesn't lie.
Here's Pedro, 0 for 3. High fly ball to right, and the O's are on the board. It's a 2-1 game. So Pedro's 22nd. He jumped on the first pitch. Unfortunately, another solo home run for the Orioles. But the O's on the board. It's a 1-run game. And another $500 for our Maryland Lottery contestant of the game, Betty Hesseman of Glen Burnie.
Yeah, every time he would come up against Shelby Miller, he'd throw him cutters, he'd throw him changeups, and Burgos throws one down the middle, and all of a sudden you have their lead from 2-0, 2-1.
So Pedro delivers.
And then here comes Mike Butcher again.
So the 3-2 pitch to Trumbo was huge. Of course, you don't know if Pedro's going to get that same pitch in the same location, but instead of a 2-run home run, it's a solo home run.
Take a look right here at your Lexus 1000 drive of the game, and boy, does it get out of here in a hurry.
The drive of the game brought to you by Lexus of Towson, the area's #1 luxury dealer. Come see why at lexusofTowson.com. And here is Scope. He's 0 for 3 on the night. Ball 1 down and away.
It's a funny thing about Jonathan Scope. He's been scuffling, as we mentioned, under 180 in the month of September, but he can hit the breaking ball that hangs, the cutter. And right here, you know, again, it looks to me, especially after the home run on the fastball, he's listed as throwing in the mid-90s. That's not the case tonight. So you got Gibbons on the right, Gibbons the closer, Britton the closer on the left. And so if he throws a cutter in the middle of the plate, he may tie this game up. That'll quicken the bat. Well, he missed with it.
3-0.
Yeah, I'm not sure how far Chip Hale's going to go when he's got Hudson, who's been pitching well, much more experience and better stuff warming up in the bullpen.
3-0 on Scope. Got the green light and he pops it up. There's Segura. Here comes Tomas. And they collide, but caught by Segura. And that will end the inning. Scope pops up on the 3-0 pitch. But Pedro gets into one. Hits it out as 22nd to right field. Lands on the flat court. Oh, in the bleachers. It's a one-run game as we head to the ninth. Masson is brought to you by Southwest. Yes to low fares with nothing to hide. That's transparency. Legends Park out there in center field. 2-1 game. Fans on the concourse enjoying the refreshments. And here's Michael Gibbons.
Yeah, he's had a nice year. Converted infielder that's really found a home in the Orioles bullpen. A lot of wins. A lot of strikeouts. Dominates righties. Lefties number as it has been all year, contrary to last year. Inflated.
The Orioles in the bottom of the ninth at the moment down by a run will have Wieters, Hardy, and then Kim due up. And a strike, borderline pitch.
Yeah, the Lamb bloop double gave the Diamondbacks the first run.
The Orioles have certainly had their chances. They had 2 on and 1 out, then bases loaded 2 out in the first, but the Alvarez called strike 3. In the 6th inning, they had 2nd and 3rd and 1 out. Couldn't get a runner in from 3rd. This one skied to shallow center. Adam was playing shallow. And one away here in the 9th inning. We invite you to visit MassonSports.com/CareFirst to vote for tonight's CareFirst Fearless Player of the Game. Live fearless with a name trusted for over 75 years. CareFirst Blue Cross Blue Shield. There's Manny Tomas. Slices it back foul.
Yeah, I think you know, if Pedro's, he's, you know, obviously Hoppy hit the home run, but the 1 and the 6 with only 1 out and the infield back. You know, again, Miller made a good pitch with a changeup. I think he ground ball gets another run. Really changes the dynamic of the game. Then it would have been 2-1. So that'll be the one that frustrates him. It's easy to, you know, again, Miller threw a cutter the first time with the bases loaded. He thought it wasn't a strike. It appeared that it was.
And he got him on a high fastball. And Tomas down.
Yeah, and you want to win these games only because you really have pitched well. You know, Giovanni Gallardo, you know, got a little unlucky to give up 2 runs, but he gets him into the 7th. And then now your bullpen going to try to work its way scoreless through the back inning. They've done a terrific job in September of doing that.
Brandon Drury. And we'll look at a pitch a little low. Foul back this way, 1-1. Tigers are winning big, 8-1 over Kansas City. They go to the 8th in Detroit. Blue Jays are winning big, 7-0 over the Yankees. They're in the 8th at Rogerson. Angels still lead the Astros 3-1 that game in the 6th. Seattle has a 2-0 lead at Minnesota in the 4th. Foul may have gotten a piece of Wieters. They're the wild card standings.
Yeah, you just try to win and take care of your business, and no change from day to day if you do that.
Strike 3 call. What a good looking breaking ball from Gibbons. 3 up, 3 down. Go Arizona. Here we go. Buckle up. Birds need a run. It's a 2-1 game. We head to the bottom of the 9th. Keep it going, 2 to walk it off. And here is the now closer for Arizona, Daniel Hudson.
Yeah, again, I mean, if you go back to 2011, before a couple of Tommy Johns, he won 16 games as a starter. So he throws hard. He's got experience. Fastball's at 96, hard slider. And then he's got a change up in the mid 80s. Yeah, so again, last year he's really started the comeback. You know, 64 games last year. Guess he had to have double Tommy Johns. And over the last 20 games, 3 earned runs in 17 in the 3rd inning. And again, he all the way back to 2010, so the longest tenured Diamondback, trying to get 3 outs, and the Orioles are going to try to do some damage before that happens.
So Wieters will try to get on. Leadoff man on a one-run game in the ninth. That'll put the pressure on Hudson. Then he'll be lifted for a pinch runner. But first things first, Matt 1 out of 3 on the night. He had a soft single to center field in the second. Up and away, 1-0.
Yeah, it looked like a first pitch changeup.
Socrates Brito is now in left field, replacing Drury. Ball 2.
Back-to-back changeups. Wow. I can tell you when you throw in the mid-90s, certainly not looking for that. Now he has a chance to sit on a fastball.
Ball 3.
And there it is. There's the 95.
Three 3-0 on Wieters.
Wow. I tell you what, I would bet the ranch that ball's inside. That's the kind of game that Greg Gibson's had. You just don't know what's going to be a ball and a strike. And wasn't even close to the glove. Very rarely do you get those pitches called. And then there's the 96 that he tops out at.
So from 3-0 to 3-2 on Wieters. Hardy on deck, then Kim's spot. And fights it off to stay alive. So Wieters battling here. This will be the 7th pitch to him coming.
Well, the toughest of all the saves you can have as a reliever. And that is the one-run saves. Got to throw strikes, got to throw quality strikes, get a guy on, especially on the road, walk-off possibility.
Right field! There it goes! We are tied in the ninth! And the O's get the big hit they're looking for!
Number 15 for Matt Wieters. Very, very timely.
And another $500 to our Maryland Lottery contestant of the game, Betty Hesseman of Glen Burnie. Clutch, clutch, clutch.
Well, that's what the Orioles do. Yeah, Diamondback coach is talking about it. They have trouble scoring unless they hit home runs. 2 runs tonight, 2 home runs. And here's the second one. Got to throw a strike. Don't want to walk them. You got to see what, 7 pitches? And the 7th one sails out of here. No doubt about it. How did that wake up the crowd?
.102 miles an hour off the bat. Breaking ball for a strike. 1-1 on JJ, who's 0 for 3.
Yeah, remember their closer was Brad Ziegler. The bullpen, you know, Clippard, and then to get to Hudson, and then to get to Ziegler to save game. Had 18 saves with the Diamondbacks, but since those trades, back into the bullpen not as strong as before.
Hardy line drive, base hit left field. Winning run is on with nobody down. Broke his bat, And he'll take it.
So the back end of the bullpen, the Alvarez home run makes it 2-1. Wieters ties it, and that was not a very good breaking ball. Just stayed up in the zone, became hittable, and hottest hitter for the Orioles in September. He just whacks it. And are we going to pinch run? No, we're going to pinch hit.
So Michael Bourne's going to pinch hit, which leads you to believe Buck is looking for a bunt here. Possibly.
Yeah. Well, again, if you bunt over them, they'll probably pitch to Kim. But they do have first base open.
It's pinch hitting for Kim.
No, I'm sorry. Excuse me. I mean, so if you bunt them over, then will they walk Jones to get to Manny? I don't think so. Well, if he gets him over, you're going to get 2 shots to win the game.
He does square and he pops it up. And the catcher has it. So Bourne sent up to bunt, can't get the bunt down. A big out for Arizona with the winning run on at first and nobody down, now 1 down.
Well, every time anybody drops down to bunt, I'm always amazed because they don't really practice. You could see the barrel was below the handle, and that's not the angle you want. And I know about it because before the DH, that's all you did all spring, because that was a big part of being a good starting pitching. But the modern day player usually they just don't do a lot of bunting, and you don't do it against somebody throwing 96.
So Bourne can't get the bunt down. Hardy's still at first. Here's Adam, who is 0 for 3. He's been hit by a pitch. Breaking ball for a strike.
Yeah, you can see it's pretty flat. That's the one Hardy hit into left for the single.
Hardy's base hit. It's the winning run on. Ball 1 down and in. What Buck may be doing here, Jim, is waiting to see if Hardy gets in the scoring position, because if the game remains tied, he'd like to have his glove in the game. One and one on Adam. Fly ball to right, slicing down the line. A long run for Tomas, and he doesn't get there, and it's out of play. Kept fading back, and then the first row down the line.
It's always dicey, but again, you got Giannis to play. I mean, you got one of the best fielding, shortstops and the big leagues and minor leagues sitting around. And it may not have any bearing on this inning, but what if he hits a double?
1 and 2 on Adam.
Yeah, Hardy probably won't score.
July 25th against Colorado. The last walk-off win when Adam bounced into a RBI ground out. One and 2 on Adam. In the dirt, and Hardy gets to second base. Big break with 1 away here in the bottom of the ninth.
Yeah, Daniel Hudson not having his best inning. The home run, the breaking ball to Hardy, and now looks like a changeup. Well intentioned, but way out in front of home plate, right by Castillo. Couldn't get his body in front of it.
So Hardy at second in scoring position, 2 and 2 on Jones.
And very shallow in center and right, especially Tomas in right field, who does not have a great range.
Bounce foul. He just got a piece. That was a heck of a swing by Adam to foul that off.
Well, if you had a tee, you probably could have hit it about 280 because it was on the ground. But I think the last thing that Adam, and he does a nice job of trying to stay alive with 2 strikes. And part of that is sometimes he's going to chase. And even balls out of the zone. And I don't know if you can trust the home plate umpire tonight because he's been in and out of the strike zone all night long. For both, for both teams, for both pitchers and hitters.
Ground ball, base hit left field. Hardy being sent. Here he comes. Here's the throw, Brito. He is out at the plate. Jones will take second base. Brito with a perfect throw and Castillo blocking the plate.
Well, now we know why they put him in for defense. And they're going to take a look just to see if he gave him an avenue, because if he doesn't, Castillo makes a great play because as strong as his throw is, it's kind of a short hop. Watch this ball short hop. And I don't know if he gave him an avenue. I mean, there's no place to scout. I mean, I haven't seen this called that much this year, but he's blocking the plate. Where do you slide? I mean, that's supposed to be against the rules. I mean, where do you slide? He's right in your way. Yeah, he's gonna challenge us. And there are a lot of things you could challenge. The ball's at his bare hand, didn't give him an avenue. And I would not be surprised. Be very controversial, but it could be. I mean, look at the play right here. So again, does he get it? Number one, does he block the plate? Number two, does he have control when he hits the front of the plate? Where does he get to go? He's blocking the plate. This is against the new rules.
Yeah, I don't think he actually had the ball in control.
But either way, Jim, you can't block the plate anymore, and that's what he's doing. He does not give him an avenue. Now, whether they'll see that or not, but this could be easily reversed, even though it will be a very controversial call. You tell me where the lane was. Now, part of it was because the ball was a short hop. But what a throw from the left fielder. Now, take a look. Now, where's your avenue? Right in the way of the J.J. Hardy. And I'm not sure he'd had control of the ball. You can see Manny Machado. He thought he was safe. Telling you, boy, they're going to return. They're going to reverse this. Would be very surprised if they don't change this. And there are probably 2 reasons, as I said.
Well, they're taking the time.
Okay, where's your lane to slide? And I don't think he has control of the ball.
He tagged him with the glove, and the ball was in the hand.
Yeah. Well, that's the old World Series game in 1970 when Elrod did that. Oh. You know, the only reason they didn't call that would be the fact that you couldn't really tell that he actually did have the ball in his hand. But it looked to me that he didn't, and I didn't think he gave him an avenue to slide. And Buck kind of a bewildered look.
So Hardy out at the plate. Adam did take second on the throw, so he is in scoring position.
And now to who do you pitch to? Do you pitch to Davis or do you pitch to Machado?
Well, I guess they're going to go after Manny right on right.
Well, that may not turn out well for him. That's a very low percentage move. And it could be a pitch around, of course. But if you're going to do that, why don't you just put him on? Good change up there.
So 3 hits in the inning. The home run by Wieters tied it. Hardy's single in the second on the wild pitch, and Adams single after the failed bunt attempt by Bourne. Down and in. Good take, ball 2.
Well, I guess they changed the rules on the block on the plate here in 2016.
Good hitters count, 2-1. Ball 3. Doesn't look like Hudson has a lot of confidence in his fastball. Adam Jones, the winning run at second. Manny trying to get him in.
Well, that's what Wieters hit for the home run, and then the hanging breaking ball to Hardy. And then he had the fastball to Jones.
Ball 4.
Yeah. So they do pitch around him.
Wieters got it even. At worst, we go extras. Well, Chris Davis has had an interesting night. He missed a 3-run home run in the first, really by inches. Tomas leaped, and with the glove caught it just before he hit the roof by the grounds crew shed. If that hits the roof, that's a home run. And there's Adam Jones. That's the winning run. That's the run that matters.
Yeah, so they leave the third baseman over there, and again, not really. They don't. Normally, you would have your shortstop over here. That's the way the American League teams shift against Davis.
Yeah, Owings trying to keep Adam as close as he can. It looks like. Way upstairs, 1-0.
And even in this situation, I don't know if Daniel Hudson thinks this, but you have a base open. I mean, you either make your pitch or you don't. And of course, Chris Davis, he's got a chance to see him throw about 23 pitches. So he kind of knows what he's throwing.
Change up, 1-1. Wieters got it even. Leadoff home run this inning. Solo home runs in the 8th and 9th. Alvarez and Wieters for the Orioles, 2 runs.
There's a good take.
The Orioles now have 241 home runs, and 146 of those home runs have been solo.
Well, Chris Davis has always told us he's not a choke and poke guy. I wish he'd choke and poke right here. Just hit one to left center. He put a really good swing on the other night. Hit it over Bogart's head against the Red Sox. Stayed inside it. Don't need a home run. Just need a nice level swing through the zone. Maybe get a pitch to hit. And there's 96. Didn't get to it.
Rigo's throw kept this game going. Hardy gunned down at the plate.
What a throw it was.
Ball 3.
Like I said, you just cannot. I mean, I don't know if I even want to throw him a strike here. Just throw him something out of the zone. Hope he chases. Not that it's an easy out on deck with Mark Trumbo up there.
The runners will be off with the pitch. Jones and Machado. Full count with 2 down. And he struck him out. So the Orioles do get it tied. The potential winning run gunned down at the plate. And 2 more left on base. And we are heading to extras here at Camden Yards. Back here at Camden Yards, and a big crowd. So here's Zach to save a tie and get the Orioles up to try to walk it off in the bottom of the 10th.
Well, you could see it. I mean, it's not a safe situation. Tie ball game, 45 out of 45. Minuscule ERA. Doesn't give up a lot of runs. Doesn't give up a lot of fly balls. The only home run was early in, well, I think April 11th when Betts hit one up in a 4-run lead. Didn't want to walk him, leading off the 9th, or I think it was the 10th inning actually in Boston. You got a home run guy at the plate. And again, don't expect to have strikes called strikes or balls called balls.
Michael Bourne's now on left. He pinch hit for Kim.
Home run power in Jensen.
Right on the corner. Swing and a miss, 2-2. Chopped foul. Well, how good of a year is Zach having? How about this, Jim? 54 appearances since May 5th. He's gone 1-0. 39 saves, and his ERA since May the 5th in those 54 appearances is 0.17. He's allowed 4 runs, only one of those earned in 52 1/3 innings. Bounces that one 3-2.
Yeah, and he pretty much primarily does it by throwing the sinker, and it's the best sinker in baseball.
Just got a piece.
And Jensen having a nice at bat and trying to prolong it.
See, the O's are 5-2 in extra inning games. Arizona is 8-7. Got him. Can't reach the sinker there.
Yeah.
One away.
Yeah, you think you can. You know, a young hitter, you know, PCL, home run, RBI guy, and the bottom drops out. But the illusion is Again, he starts it right at the kneecap. So you think it's going to be a strike and then just plummets downward.
Mitch Haniger, the number 9 batter, he is hitless. Well, Brock got in his 68th game. Zach is in his 66th. Gibbons got in his 63rd.
Well, yeah, usually when Brad comes in, they win. And they almost did. I'd still like to see the explanation of that play at Hardy at the home plate. Maybe have they changed the rules about blocking home plate? I mean, because he was standing right on the plate, didn't give you the lane.
He did have the ball, although he didn't have control of it when he began to block the plate.
Right, but I mean, you're not supposed to be able to do that anymore. You're supposed to stand off to the side of the line. I mean, that's a Mike Scioscia play, except Mike would have been about a foot up the line, and you never would have gotten to home plate.
Well, and the other thing too is, did he have control of the ball when he applied the tag?
I don't think they could tell. That's why they didn't change that. But I didn't see a discernible lane to the plate.
So 2-2 with 1 down. Orioles trying to get this to the bottom of the 10th. Tied. Trumbo, Alvarez, and Scope are due up. 3 potential long ball threats. And he got him.
Well, that's what he does. Well, here's how the ruling went down. After viewing all relevant angles, the replay official definitively determined that no violation of the home plate collision rule occurred. Another sinker from Zach Britton. In addition, so there was 2 challenges. The replay official could not definitively determine that the runner contacted home plate prior to fielding applying the tag. The call stands. The runner's out. So apparently didn't block the plate. And they don't know if JJ got to the plate. So I guess my question is, if you block the plate, how do you get to the plate?
Well, I thought the rule was once you have the ball, you're allowed to block the plate so the runner can't score. You can't block the plate without the ball.
But he blocked the plate and didn't have control of the ball.
Well, he didn't have control of it.
Well,
right.
That's same thing, isn't it?
Well, I'm on your side on that.
No. Either way, going to have to win it in extra innings.
Ooh. How about that?
Yeah, well,
Segura's
that's
thinking sinker, 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 and he gets the old Uncle Charlie.
Well, not only does he throw the slider, and he doesn't throw it very often. It's a great one. He did it to Bogarts up in Boston, and he waved at it, and then kind of gave him a look like you just never do that.
1-2 the count. That one really darted outside. 2-2.
Yeah, like he really wanted to paint that outside corner. I mean, the one thing you have to be careful with Gene Segura is he does hit home runs. I mean, not that only one the Betts home run back in April. He's got 17 of them.
Looked like a pretty good pitch.
No, that's how Zach actually keeps his mechanics in. He'll throw the ball at the front hip of the right-handed hitter. And then remember, I don't know if they'd run off Britton, but he has stolen 30 bases, so you'd like to get him out right here.
Fair ball, and he's out. Quick play there by Wieters. If the ball's on the plate, it's fair. Home plate's in fair territory, and Greg Gibson said Wieters got to it before it came foul.
And he did pounce on it, I'll tell you that. I mean, Gibson standing right there. And of course, obviously, Chip Hale doesn't want that call to stand. Take a look here, another good sinker.
Hale was saying rolled off the plate to the left, so we go to the bottom of the 10th. O's come up looking to walk it off.
Trail 2-0, and then the 22nd home run of the season by Pedro Alvarez off of Burgos. And then in the 9th, they bring in Daniel Hudson. Goodbye. High fastball, and Matt Wieters into the flag court, ties it up 2-2. Orioles almost win it. Bang bang play at home. And then Britton comes in, shuts him out, top of the 10th. Zach Godley comes in, so he's been around up and down all year long. Curveball, fastball, cutter, changeup, and again loves his curveball, and he's got a good one. Not overpowering. You can see, and again, as a starter, he struggled. Better out of the bullpen. So I'm sure the scouting report says he likes to throw the curveball, and it's been effective.
The Trumbo leads off.
And then there's the hook. And it's a quick one.
Mark 1 out of 3 with a double in the 6th. The double in the 6th put runners at 2nd and 3rd. It followed a Davis walk. But Shelby Miller got Alvarez to pop up to 1st and then scoped the fly out to shallow center to end it. Line drive, left field, and Brito makes a running catch. Nicely done. It hung up just enough.
Yeah, so did the curveball. Mark hit it pretty well, but right at the lefty.
There's Pedro, his home run in the 8th. 2 outs and nobody on. That got the Orioles on the board, set the scene for Matt Wieters' tying home run in the 9th inning. Orioles nearly walked it off, but Hardy called out at the plate. And a strike. Pedro thought it was low.
So he's going to kind of finesse his way. The Orioles good fastball hitters. Curveball first pitch, changeup second pitch.
Oh, 0-2 on Pedro, 1 out, nobody on, bottom of the 10th. Shift is on against Alvarez. And he got him. 3-pitch strikeout, smothered by Wellington Castillo. He gets it to Goldschmidt, 2 men down.
Yeah, again, another good breaking ball. Curveball, again, the good one. Don't see it out of the hand. It starts as a strike, finishes as a ball, and that's exactly what you want to do when you get ahead of hitters. Last year he started, actually was what, nine games, 6 starts, went 5-1. This year, not the same good fortunes. He started his career with the Cubs and then traded to the Diamondbacks.
Ball 1 low. Well, this is an interesting matchup as Tommy Hunter gets loose to pitch the 11th if we get there. You mentioned the breaking ball that he loves, and also you mentioned earlier about Jonathan being a very good breaking ball hitter when they hang it. Ball 2, it bounced. Two outs and the base is empty.
Yeah, you go back to the game in San Francisco when the Orioles needed some runs. They were down, what, 7-5, and he hit the 3-run home run off of Santiago Casilla on a hanging curveball, but that didn't hang. And that was a good hook. 2-0. You know he likes it. Throw it any count.
Sharply hit, but right to the third baseman, Jake Lamb. And on we go. So Godley comes on. He has a 3-up, 3-down 10th. So the bullpen's in command now. And Tommy Hunter's going to come on to try to keep this game tied. O's go 3 up, 3 down. We head to the 11th, tied at 2. Not only one, they shut out the Yankees 9-0. Big night for Tulowitzki, 4 ribbies, and Liriano 6 shutout innings to get the win. So Toronto now 84-69. Tigers beat Kansas City 8-3. Victor Martinez a big night. Justin Upton a big night. So the Tigers are now 83-70. The Orioles are trying to get to 83-71 and stay a half game out. And the Astros now lead the Angels 6-3 in the 7th, coming from behind. Cron an early RBI, but Gonzalez 1-for-3, and there's the updated standings at the moment. If the Orioles win, that'll go down to a half game out.
Tommy Hunter comes on, pitched last night. Again, Chris Owings a good night tonight. Bunt, base hit, single, try to stretch it into a double. Again, a lot of fastballs. Got a cutter this year. Well, it's always had it, but kind of shelved it for a while. 2-seamer, 4-seamer, occasional breaking ball. And there it is right there. Stays on top of it. Well, again, pretty good numbers. Lefties maybe a little bit higher. Just a touch more fly balls. And then, at least for the Orioles, he's been able to keep the ball in the ballpark. A nice night for Chris Owings.
Chop foul. Nice grab by the fan with the glove. And Cal's number. That's why you bring your glove to the game.
Well, that and for protection if you're going to sit down there.
Just did get a piece. There's Buck's numbers in extra inning games. Again, he just got a piece.
Another slider down in the zone. Well, on one hand, you're lucky to be in the extra innings, and that's the kind of half full. The half empty is that this is a night where you could have easily scored 3, 4, 5, 6 runs.
Orioles have left 11 men on base. Just outside, 2-2.
Yeah, good idea, but just off the plate. And then Owings says it looks like he's got a pretty good eye. Again, he doesn't overswing.
Owings is 25 years old, out of Gilbert, South Carolina. Blows it by him for a strikeout.
There's the two-seamer. You know, when Tommy came over, you know, 95, 96, 7 with the four-seamer. That's his ball run. It just has enough run. You know, we actually saw Tommy Hunter get Betts to hit into a double play on that pitch last night. That wasn't happening any other time in the series. So again, you could see him try to keep the bat head inside his hands, just couldn't do it.
Got to be careful with this guy.
No, do you ever? Well, he's a guy you just can't give in to. You know, and Tommy usually has pretty good control, but he doesn't want to be wild in the strike zone to him. So again, if you know, I mean, I would tell my catcher in these situations, you sit to extremes. You either sit on the inside corner or you sit on the outside corner. None of those halfway in between type of targets, because you just can't make a mistake in the middle of the plate. There he is. Look where Matt moved, and then he throws the perfect slider.
Guess it was low.
Yeah, who knows? I mean, it's one of those nights.
2-1 the count.
There's another two-seamer. You know, you just think that because it's got enough velocity and enough movement, I think it's going to be in the middle of the plate. Doesn't end up there.
Yeah, he's really perfected that pitch.
Well, it was a big pitch for him. They just gave him another type of fastball.
Line drive just past the glove of Scope. There's a base hit.
But the cutter in the middle of the plate. Paul Goldie says, I like that one. And then hits it so hard, Scope can't even look where Jonathan is. I mean, right there. Didn't get a great jump on that ball, but it was smoked.
So the potential go-ahead run is on with one down.
With speed, too. 27 steals. And you can see Dave McKay. You know, I asked Chip Hale, I said, how does Goldsmith at 235, 225 steal bases like that? He said, because he wants to. Because he wants to work at it. And it starts in spring training. So he's not only just a, you know, Gold Glove first baseman and 300 hitter. I mean, he's a heck of a base runner, and he's huge.
Tommy trying to keep him close.
And that makes a difference, though. You know, I mean, you know, you still got to get the hitter out. You know, Castillo, well, you can see the numbers. Not your prototypical fourth place hitter. But again, you got to pay attention because of the speed factor, and he's got a big lead. You know, he'll try to inch it out.
Ground ball past Manny into left field. That's a base hit. Goldschmidt will hold it second as Bourne plays it back in. So the potential tie-breaking run in scoring position after back-to-back singles.
Now take a look right here. Great angle. He just kind of hooks it. And he can't get to it. You can see him set his feet. So he could go either way. As it turns out, the ball is to his left.
Jake Lamb has seen Tommy only once, 1-for-1, and that one a home run. Tommy will go to work trying to get a ground ball here to get a double play to end it. Almost hit him, ball one. Oliver Drake is now getting loose. He just did get up.
Yeah, such a big difference. You know, Lamb in what, almost 270 with 24 of his home runs against the right-handers, and in Tommy's numbers, about 100-point difference. You know, 100 points higher against the left-handed hitters.
Slap foul the other way. Lamb seems to be one of those hitters that uses foul line to foul line. That was a nice approach there. It was the outer part of the plate, and he tried to hit it over Manny's head. He was just a little late.
Well, Dave McAdam was talking about that, but again, I mean, the average has gone down. I mean, what, 190-ish since the second half, but he still hit home runs. But the great thing about 1 and 2 is that at least for a couple of pitches, you don't have to throw him a strike. Try to get him to chase. You got to make a quality pitch here.
Popped him up. He made it. Hardy out near the bag. And 2 down.
Infield fly rule in effect. Great pitch. Little cutter on his fist. And that's the good 2-strike pitch you have to make.
So an out away from getting out of it and getting the Orioles up. They'll try to walk it off. Another dangerous hitter here, Yasmani Tomas.
75 RBIs, not as many as Lamb, but again, loves it out over the plate, even though I guess the hot spot home run was, and you can see 29 is inside out.
Tomas has never faced Tommy.
And you can see he stands right on top of the plate. There's a nice little cut fastball.
Well, that ball actually bounced. A nice play by Wieters there to prevent that from getting by him.
No, the ball, Tommy gets on top, and again, it does bounce.
You see the smirk on the face of Tomas saying, I didn't see you throw that pitch to the other guys. He was certainly looking for a fastball there.
There's another one.
Well, 1-1 on Tomas, 2 on and 2 out in the 11th. Givens had a 3-up, 3-down 9th. Zach had a 3-up, 3-down 10th. And he popped him up. Jonathan Scope. He's got it. Tommy works out of it. Nicely done. So a couple of hits, 2 left. We get to the bottom of the 11th. Again, the O's come to bat looking to walk it off. Game even.
Yes, one throw a high fastball and then hit the 3-2 fastball. Deep 15th home run ties it up. Pretty dramatic 9th inning. Play at the plate. Bourne didn't get the bunt down. I mean, there are all kinds of stuff happening there.
That's wonderful. Very clever young lady. Well, Matt does have a couple of multi-home run games on the year. Does he have another long ball in that bat tonight? And they're not going to shift on him.
Get ready. I mean, Segura, because of the speed factor, he's playing more than about 4 or 5 steps into the outfield grass at second base.
Line drive, that's going to fall. Base hit. Tomas over to cut it off. Winning run is on.
You know, it's so interesting about Matt Wieters. You read the scouting reports. Well, slider speed back, but I don't know if anybody that guesses better on this team. So if you watch, you know, Godley pitch. Oh, there we go with Stubbs, pinch runner. But if you watch him the last inning, he throws a lot of curveballs, and this one stays up. And if you look for it, a lot of hitters will say, well, I'll swing at the bad ones. But the good hitters that I played with, the Ripkins, the Robinsons, the Powells, the Paul Blairs, they looked for a breaking ball, and they did something. That's exactly what he did right there.
So Wieters lifted for Stubbs, who has outstanding speed. He's a very good base runner. Now Godley, I don't know if Stubbs would try to steal. He might.
No, they're going to bunt him over here.
And there have been 2 successful steals on Godley in the only 2 attempts. So here's JJ, who singled to get on in the 9th following the home run. And he does bunt. Perfect. Godley gets it to first and throws it. Oh! What a backup there by Segura. Exactly where he should have been, and he just saved the day for the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Well, not only that, I mean, he was only about 8 feet behind Goldsmith. Godley just doesn't, I mean, he makes a horrible throw. It gets to it very quickly. And again, look out. I mean, it's perfect bunt. You know, you don't have to make a perfect bunt. He just throws it in the ground. And look how close Segura is. I mean, right there, you don't have any chance. I mean, Stubbs is an easy guy to get over because of the speed factor. Doesn't have to be a perfect bunt, and it isn't. Take a look at great angle down. Here comes Segura, but look how close he is. Right to him. It's almost like he thought he was covering, but he wasn't.
So that'll be a sacrifice for Hardy. He'll reach on an E1, second error in this game by Arizona. And now Bourne has a chance for redemption here. There's the winning run. The pinch runner, Drew Stubbs. And you know, Jim, with Adam batting second tonight ahead of Manny, if Bourne gets this bunt down and it's second and third, do you walk Jones to go after Manny?
Oh, yeah. You got it. I mean, you set up the force at home, you set up the double play. If you want to play back for at least halfway, I mean, there's all kinds of options. But we're kind of getting ahead of ourselves because Bourne did not do a good job of bunting.
Well, they are really pinching into the corners. They'll likely try to bunt this towards third. Goldschmidt's almost on top of it. And he tried to bunt, he missed.
Well, there are a lot of guys that are better bunting for base hits. Louis Aparicio is one of them. He's in the Hall of Fame. He could not sacrifice to save his life. So you can see, I mean, he got bunt hits. He's got severed sacrifices. But this is a veteran player that, you know, he's known for his speed factor. Let's see if they throw him a breaking ball, which to me is harder to bunt. Not fastball.
See, Lamb has to hold because he would have to cover third.
Well, yeah, and you can see Goldsmith. I mean, when he finishes charging, he's almost right next to Michael Bourne, so he knows where he wants to bunt it. And again, the factor is, I mean, there is a play where you throw the ball, and as a pitcher, you cover. Third baseman goes back. You try to get a force, and then of course the shortstop Owings will try to keep Stubbs as close as he can.
Bunt third base. It's perfectly executed. Lamb goes to first and out in an eyelash at first base.
I tell you, I thought he was going to beat it out because he can run, but he gets it down. You get the runners to second and third, and here comes Lamb at the last moment. And he's got to barehand it and bang bang at first.
Yep, oh yeah, he's out.
Yep. Good
call there by Mike Estabrook.
Nice play by Segura on the bounce throw. Well, now we can see what they're going to do.
So Stubbs the winning run. Hardy's at second. Will they pitch to Adam and go after Manny to set up a force at the plate? No, they're going to walk him, so they'll put Adam on. And that'll set up a of force at the plate and a chance for a double play to end the inning. So Manny will have a chance to walk it off.
Yeah, the one thing that Adam does better than Manny, runner in scoring position number, 299, and Manny came in at 262. But I want to tell you, as a former pitcher, this is no bargain pitching to either one of these guys. But this is what you do. You set up the force. And then again, been a night of frustration of getting runners to third and getting them in. But another opportunity. And really, it's funny, you can just kind of close the page on the first, 10 innings if you just get a base hit, get a fly ball.
Adam, after ball 4, dropped the bat, and as he started to jog to first, turned and looked right at Machado and said, "Let's go, let's go." I like that, cheering on his teammate. That's good stuff. This is a huge game for the Orioles. As we showed you, the Blue Jays and Tigers, the two teams ahead, have already played and won. Orioles trying to stay a half game back in the wild card with yet another come-from-behind win. Infield in, outfield shallow. Bases loaded, 1 down. Yeah. 1-1 on the swing and a miss.
Yeah, it's pretty much regardless, been the good curveball, bad curveball. And Weeder's got hit one that was up, and he's got a good breaking ball. And you got to trust your catcher. If you bounce it, he'll keep it in front of him. That's certainly an option to throw the 59-footer. There's another one there, and Castillo does keep it in front of him. I always thought throwing your curveball, it's so much easier to spot your other stuff because the break's not as big. But this is what he does. He loves the curveball.
Well, in 68 innings, he's thrown 5 wild pitches. That's a lot.
Well, that's the hook. It's going straight down.
Fans are on their feet. 1-1 on Machado, trying to win it. High fly ball to left. Stubbs will tag. Brito shallow. He makes the catch, and he doesn't go. Too shallow. He holds, and 2 men down. So Manny couldn't get it deep enough to get the run in, and once again it's up to Davis.
Yeah, big swing, but he gets it on the end of the bat, and we've already seen his arm. And again, he's got a good one. He just throws a little bit offline. You can see this time he would have made it, but you never can tell if you're Bobby Dickerson.
So here's Davis. He had a chance in the 9th, and he struck out. So another opportunity to win this game.
This is what do we want to do? Well, they're going to go the lefty or the bullpen. I assume it's.
Well, they have 3 lefties out there. And Edwin Escobar, one of the 3, will come on to face Davis. So they'll take a break. Bases loaded. Winning run at third, 2 down in the 11th.
Comes on. He was picked up from the Red Sox in April. He's actually starting pitcher down at AAA Reno. So they bring him in because he's had 5 straight scoreless innings. He started actually down there, 16 starts, 6-3 record. The question now is, can he get lefties out? And the other thing is, can he throw strikes? Bases loaded, no place to put Chris Davis.
So the bases loaded, winning run at third here in the 11th. Davis is 0 for 4 plus a walk. Ball 1.
And you really, I mean, I would think you try to take the approach, because you haven't seen this kid, make him throw a strike. Well, maybe pick up a little bit of movement, velocity, and then go from there. And
Ball 2.
And you got to be taken here. He may not, but I'd make him prove to the world and everybody in this stands and people watching on TV, he can throw strikes, and that's not easy. Just take a pitch here.
High fly ball to center field. That's going to be playable for Haniger, and he's got it, and on we go. So the Orioles have the winning run at third with 1 down and can't get him in. We head to the 12th, tied at 2. In the 11th, after leaving 2 on in the bottom of the 9th, each time with a chance to walk it off, Oliver Drake comes on, and he'll work here in the 12th.
A couple of days ago against the Red Sox, he's been pitching well, and you know, fastball splitter. And you can see their occasional breaking ball. So struggled early on, and more strikeouts than innings pitched. And he's found out that pitching is certainly not easy at this level, but it becomes a little less difficult when you throw strike 1. So low numbers across the board.
Caleb is now catching. Stubbs pinch ran for Weeder, so Matt's out of the game. Here's Brito for his first at bat. He came out for defense. Bunts, but right back to Drake.
Yeah, you can see how quick he is. That's why he came in. And not only that, he's got a terrific arm. Made the great throw to throw out Hardy at the plate. And again, I mean, just trying to do what maybe he does best. You know, he hit 175, so he tries to get on.
Kyle Jensen again, who's DHing tonight. He has yet to put the ball in play. He has struck out 3 times and walked once. A little bit low, 1-0. So the Orioles now in the bottom of the 12th will have Trumbo, Alvarez, and Scope due to lead off, just as they did in the 10th. And that was Matt Cook getting loose. There's a strike right in there, 1-1. Drake is the 7th Orioles pitcher. Arizona has also used 7. Fly ball to left. Right there's Bourne. 2 down. He hit it well, but right at Michael.
Yeah, big swing right at him, and pretty good outfield is Michael Bourne.
So Oliver Drake trying to get past Mitch Haniger to get this game to the bottom of the 12th, still tied.
And again, the home runs that I saw him hit were on breaking balls. So he doesn't throw one, but he does throw the splitter. So down in the zone right there with the splitter. He's been a big part of the Oriole bullpen in September because he, gives him a little bit of length. He can pitch multi innings. And as I mentioned, he's been pitching well. There's another great split-fingered fastball. High ball hitter, low ball pitch, perfectly thrown.
Oliver out of Worcester, Massachusetts. Can't get in the chase. Orioles need this win. Both Detroit and Toronto have won. One and 2. Oliver's in his 12th game with the Orioles, and another real good year for AAA Norfolk. Strike 3 called. Paints the outside corner. So Oliver Drake has a 3-up, 3-down inning. Here we go. Bottom of the 12th. Another chance to walk it off for the O's. Scoring runs, but a chance to win this one. And here's Matt Cook coming on, right-hander, the 8th pitcher used by Arizona.
Yeah, now fastball, slider, cutter, changeup, and he started some games. Actually acquired from the Mets on the 29th of last season. So he had, and of course the notes tell us he actually had a 4-inning save against the Rockies back in September. Again, starting pitching stuff, and the fact that he's got 4 pitches.
He is from Cherokee, Iowa, and went to college at the University of Louisville. He's another alum of the Cape Cod League in Massachusetts. Played for Chatham. Three-sport athlete in high school. He played basketball, football, and baseball. And he also ran track, and he holds the high school record in the high jump.
Really?
Some kind of an athlete. Mark Trumbo is 1 out of 4 plus a walk. He doubled in the 6th. Orioles have left 14 men on base. Arizona's left 7. Breaking ball outside. One and one on Trumbo. Cook was originally drafted by the Mets. He came to Arizona in the trade for Addison Reed when Reed went to New York. Good looking pitch, 1-2.
You know, the late cutter fastballs, they've thrown a bunch of those tonight. And as long as you don't leave it in the middle of the plate, it can be very effective because the cutter, you just don't see the spin. It just kind of, just the good ones, they move. And they move without any spin, at least discernible spin.
Left field, back it goes, it is gone! Trumbo walks it off in a must-win for the O's.
Boy, does the number 44 have a nice ring to it.
Sure does. So the Orioles doing it their way, Jim. 3 solo home runs. And the Trumbo home run gives Oliver Drake his first big league win.
Smartly, crisply attacked. And then it's gone. This ballpark, Alvarez hits his 22nd. Wieters hits his 15th in the 9th to tie it. And then the Orioles walk it off. What a job by their pitching staff. And again, anytime you two-run the Diamondbacks, who came in having a good offensive September, you put your club in a chance to win.
6 scoreless innings by 6 different relievers. And Oliver Drake, the pitcher of record, Jim, his first big league win.
Well, congratulations.
So the O's walk it off. They had a lot of chances, and in the end, what matters is what happened. Now the bird is happy. Big crowd on this Friday night on Hyun-Soo Kim T-shirt night and fireworks night. And let's welcome in the man of the hour, Mark Trumbo. Mark, this is becoming a regular appearance, and you know what? We're okay with that. Congratulations on the home run. And tell us about the big hit in a big game and another one of these must-wins.
Well, we threatened a few times, so I'm glad we finally came through. Pitch was elevated. I think it was a fastball. Just trying to battle in that situation, maybe get on base and set the table, but it turned out a little better.
Do you know, it's funny, do you know much about, there were so many pitchers tonight, and it's in different league. I know you play, I mean, I was talking to a lot of the guys in the locker room, their coaching staff, Chip Hale, they loved you over there last year. You didn't stay very long, but they had a lot of respect for you. But do you know much about these pitching staffs, I mean, other than maybe the starting pitchers?
Familiar with a few of them. That last situation, not really. You know, you kind of learn on the fly when you're up there, and you size up the movement and try and predict what you might see.
Is that one? You always tell me you don't want to overthink it. Is that one of those situations?
It happens more than it should, but you know, 2 strikes. What are you going to do? Try and get a pitch to hit, and you know, do something special.
Mark, this is one of those games that could be a springboard, and I understand the whole thing about momentum is good if Wade Miley's good tomorrow, but you're down 2-0 in the 8th. You do it your way with 3 solo home runs, and in the thick of this pennant race coming off the Boston series, this may be the biggest win of the year.
It's huge. Yeah, it was hard fought too. we're going to, hopefully use this to keep us going. We did everything we could today, and happy we did it.
Well, Mark, congratulations on another walk-off. We really appreciate the visit, and go get them tomorrow.
Thanks. Okay.
All right, that's Mark Trumbo. What a shot as he hits it out. Number 44 is a game winner. And we hope you could join us tomorrow. More O's action. Game 2 of the 3-game series. Wade Miley takes them out against Robbie Ray. Our coverage on Masson 2 begins at 6:30 with O's Extra presented by Southwest. Then game coverage at 7 o'clock. And now for Jim Palmer and our entire hardworking crew, Jim Hunter saying so long from Camden Yards, where the Orioles walk it off in the 12th. Baltimore 3, Arizona 2. Tonight's telecast has been a Masson presentation. Tom and Rick, O's Extra, the happy recap coming up right now. Have a great night, everybody.